Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
They told me not to come to YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. They told me to stay home. Go get a regular job. But the MAG is not one for regular jobs, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you something. We are here live on MAGGCAST tonight. Let's go! Woo! All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are here on MAGGCAST live. I hope everybody is doing well. How's everybody doing out there? We got all these beautiful people in the chat already. Look at all that green, ladies and gentlemen. These are all the maggots are here. We're ready to talk shop. We got things to talk about tonight. And I know it's kind of dry right now. The awards show is next Thursday, so we don't have a whole lot going on. And then, of course, you know what? This is a good time. I told everybody a million times. This is the time to get through that backlog, all right? You got a million games out there. You most listen, I guarantee every single person in this chat right now has a million games going on. A million. And then I bet you a bunch of you bought a bunch of stuff for Black Friday as well, right? So you've got a ton of games. You got a ton of things to talk about. What the hell am I saying? You got a ton of things to play. So go play them. This is the time. Because then when those big games start dropping in February, everybody's going to be going, oh, I don't have enough time. My backlog. Well, you know what? Now's the time. It is December, 2nd today? By the way, I've been quietly waiting for the Americans to have their Thanksgiving. And now that the Americans have had their Thanksgiving, now it's Christmas season. So you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's Christmas time.
Merry Christmas, motherfucker.
Just hear those sleigh bells.
Let's go, baby. It's Christmas season. That's right. And you know that. Like I said, we have to wait every year because, you know, in Canada, we have our Thanksgiving in the second week of October. And then, of course, we have to quietly sit there and wait for, not wait, excuse me, because Halloween is my favorite holiday of the entire year. So Halloween is absolutely my favorite, even though it's not technically a holiday per se, but it's definitely the biggest thing in my house in the entire year. Christmas, a very, very close second. And then, of course, followed directly by Thanksgiving, which is also a big holiday up here in Canada. And, of course, in the United States. Now, I did my American Thanksgiving on Saturday at my cousin's place, as myself, my cousin, and both my brothers, we are all half American. So we did it on Saturday. We did the whole thing. We did turkey. We did stuffed pork tenderloin. Oh, you should have seen what I did it. I'm going to tell you right now. So I did it my turkey. My brother did my family recipe for the stuffing. Now, obviously, none of you are in my family, so you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'll tell you what we do. So we don't do the traditional, bread stuffing. I know how to do that stuff. The bread stuffing with, the onions and the celery and the sage and, you shove it up the turkey's butt and whatever, right? I know how to do all that stuff. However, my family has a different one. Yeah, the backlog. Thank you, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat. Okay, so what I do... what we do, my family, we take rice and peas. That's right. Rice and peas. We take rice, peas, mushrooms, onions, and ground sausage. Okay? Like off the casing sausage. And then we saute all that up together. A little bit of oil. And then you mix that all with the rice. And you don't really cook it. You just kind of barely even, not even par cook it. You just kind of sweat it out in a pot, right? Then you take that rice off. And then you shove that rice inside the turkey. Now, the rest of the rice we're going to leave on the stove. We're going to finish it on the stove pot because everybody's going to go back for seconds, thirds, and fourths of the rice. And then, as the turkey slow cooks, all the juices from the turkey go into that rice and literally steam that rice inside the turkey. So when you take that turkey out and you put a big ladle inside, you pull it out, and all that steaming hot, beautiful stuffing of rice and peas and sausage and onions and mushrooms, it is delicious. I also did stuffed pork tenderloin. So I took a pork tenderloin and I butterflied it into a rectangle. You know what I mean? So you take the knife and you go lengthwise on both sides and you just slowly but surely, you just keep filleting it open and open without cutting through it, right? You just want a big sort of meat curtain, so to speak. Pause. And then what I did is I stuffed it with bread and Swiss chard and onions and garlic and a little bit of bacon or whatever, and you just kind of saute all that up together, make it smushy, and then you put it inside that tenderloin, and then you roll it like sushi, and then you bake it like that. So when you cut into it, it's kind of like a roulade. You've got like all these like different little slices of pork in there and everything. Oh my God, it was delicious. And of course, I served that with a cranberry, blueberry, and grain mustard sauce. Mwah! Delicious. And then, of course, we had all kinds of other things. We had liver sausages. I know my UK friends know all about that. We had liver sausages as well. It was ridiculous. We had sweet potato home fries and all kinds of goodies, man. It was ridiculous. And then, of course, you know, an epic amount of alcohol. It was wonderful. It was a great night. It was a great overall day. But now, as I had said, it is Christmas time. So now we always have to be, you know, here in Canada, because most Canadians obviously don't do Thanksgiving. We wait till Remembrance Day / Veterans Day. Nobody puts up their lights. Nobody puts up their tree in honor of the vets. In honor of all veterans and everybody currently in the armed forces. It's a sign of respect and honor that we do not put up any Christmas decorations, lights, or trees before Remembrance Day / Veterans Day, because you don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, you have to give them their day. And then as soon as that day is over, then it's free reign. You're allowed to put up your tree and everything else, and that's how we operate up here. So anyways, now it's Christmas season.
Why do you say this to me?
You know what I'm saying?
When you know I will pay you for it.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
There it is. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into all the the Thanksgiving talk, but anyways, it's Christmas time, and like I said, you've got December, you've got January, and you've got damn near all of February to get all of that gaming in. You see these little fingers up here? 3 months, ladies and gentlemen. You've got 3 months to get all those games played in there. Anything you bought for Black Friday, put it in the chat. I want to see Dizzy Delta. Don't worry, I didn't forget. I wanted to see what was going on. I want you to tell me what you bought for Black Friday. If you got any deals or anything like that, put it in the chat. I'll read it, and we'll talk about it. Yeah, hey, Cerebral Paul, how you doing? Look at all these beautiful faces in there. Gorilla Tactics in the house. Gorilla Tactics in the house. Emperor Hound. Arrow. Shout out to Arrow Nation, by the way. Him and I played Call of Duty Zombies after XNC last night. It was a blast. We were trying to play multiplayer, couldn't get it off the ground. There's some kind of stupid update glitch thing that they did, so we weren't able to pair up for multiplayer. So him and I just blasted some zombies for about 45 minutes. We had a great time. However, now we have some resolve. I'm telling you right now, myself, Arrow Nation, and maybe a couple of other people who have skill, we are going to go in there and we're going to do that damn Easter egg. So we're going to figure it out. We're going to chip away at this thing. I don't care how long it takes. There you go. Captain Chat's got a portal. Good for you, buddy. Half price Silent Hill 2. Outstanding, Guerrilla Tactics. I'm assuming the half price Silent Hill you bought on Xbox. Or was it also on sale on PlayStation? I don't even know, because I had bought it, you know. I bought it on sale in the summertime, so. Alex, you weren't there, dude. You weren't there. I looked through the list of people that were online. I didn't see your name. And by the way, I don't know if Infernal Earth is here in the chat yet, but there's something funky going on specifically with... Hi, Cyber Gunter. How you doing, buddy? Great Waz in the house. STO. Oh, you did buy it at Xbox. Okay, good. How you liking it so far? Let me know. It's such a great game. Magnum bought Dave the Diver. Excellent. Jeffrey got a second PS5 and Star Wars Outlaws for $20. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. And 1 year of PS Premium. Fantastic. Oh, it's also on sale for PlayStation. Okay, cool. The Sports also got a PS Portal. It's awesome. Yes, it is, my friend. K-Rock, Hogwarts Legacy. Outstanding, guys. This is what I want to see, man. El Nini's in the house. So anyways, I'm glad everybody got their Black Friday deals and sales and everything else in there. We're just warming up the audience here before we get into some topics tonight. Catching up on everything. XNC was good last night. It almost turned into like a therapy session at one point as Colt and I were bitching about like how the community can be great and how it can also be not so great. And I don't mean you guys, obviously, and I don't mean the people listening to these shows. People listening to these shows are great people. People listen to XNC, great people. They're like family. I mean, I'm telling you right here, everybody on this channel, you guys are like family to me. Absolutely adore you guys. You know what I'm saying? So, like, but there are other people. And I think you know what I'm talking about. When you get those other people start commenting on your stuff and whatever else, these people are monsters, man. Monsters. And I mean, like, listen, man. If you don't... okay, Rock, you also got 3 months of Game Pass Ultimate. Nice. Aero Nation got Sonic. Oh, yeah, Sonic Racing. You were talking to me about that last night when we were playing online. Alex, DM me after the show, okay, buddy? DM me after the show. We will absolutely do that. But yes, DM me, and we'll talk about it. Although, Alex, you tend to message me on YouTube. Do you not have me on Twitter? Because if you don't have me on Twitter, it's middle-aged game guy with a GY at the end and not a GUY. You'll find me. I'm right. I'm like, it's pretty easy to find me. So, anyhow, let's get back to some stuff. Let's talk about some things and stuff and things. Yes, as I was saying, nasty people in the world. Hey, man, listen, it's not my fault. If your parents didn't love you, or, your dad went out for milk and never came back. Like, it's not my fault. You know what I mean? So you don't have to take it out on me or Colt or anybody else. Listen, man, we have a talk show. We do what we do. And, like, when you're talking for 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours, you can't really be accountable for every single word that comes out of your mouth. Like, I don't remember everything I said. How is that even possible? Like, let's say, for example, let's say you went to a pub with your boys, okay? Do you remember every single word that came out of your mouth in the 4 hours or 5 hours that you were there at a pub? Guaranteed not. But you're always going to have, but imagine you're sitting around a table with your mates, right? You got your pints there, creamy pints. You're doing your thing or whatever else, right? And then there's some douche canoe sitting at the bar recording everything you say. And then they pick out one thing you said out of 5 hours, and then they post it either on social media or they come after you in the comment section and you said this. And I'm like, that's what YouTube is like. So imagine that. So I'm trying to put that in perspective. Okay? You go out with your friends and all this stuff, and like I said, some clown is sitting there with a recorder and records every word you just said. And then pulls out, let's say at the 3 hour, 49 minute mark, you said one sentence. And that's what these people do. So I may have said 450,000 sentences throughout the evening, but they will pull out one and then go after you like you just burned down their village and kidnapped all the women and children. And that is YouTube in a nutshell. Merco81. What's up, buddy? Danny Passion's in the house. Jay Slayer. Adam's in the house. Ion Storm, how you doing, buddy? I hope I didn't miss anybody. Punty's in the house. Yeah. Oh, dude, don't get me started on that guy. That guy is, listen, I'm not even going to say his name here, but you know who I'm talking about. That guy has serious mental health issues. There is something seriously wrong with that guy. He may be there might be some autism there or something. And I'm not being an asshole. I'm being dead serious. Because if you actually see the behavior patterns and everything else, you start to piece it together. There's something seriously wrong with him. So when you have someone like that who will literally sit there on their computer because, they clip things, right? And then they take those clips and then they bring them over to social media and he said this. And I'm like, you literally sat there for 4 hours waiting for a gotcha moment. Dude, you need help. But it's okay. He actually hasn't clipped me in a long time, but he has his chance this Thursday because this Thursday I will be doing a brief appearance on Crossfire. I promised Mooch. I had a lot of stuff going on and whatever, so I promised them I was going to drop by on Thursday. So I will be doing a little guest spot on his show there. So yeah, he's got lots of opportunity. He can clip me all day long. But anyways, I don't give a shit anymore about what he has to say. But not Mooch. I mean the other guy, right? So whatever, don't matter. Anyway, I haven't blocked anyway. But you know what the funny thing is? That's the other funny thing. I have the dude blocked, but someone always tags me in his little clips, right? And I'm like, guys, do me a favor. I don't care what this guy says. Stop tagging me. Because when you tag me, it brings me, even though he's blocked, it brings me to whatever he's talking about, and I got to see it. And I'm like, I don't want to see what this guy got to say. You know what I'm saying? Cybercunter, you better be there, dude. You better be there. Ben Angelo's in the house. How you doing? Explore. That's not what I'm talking about. I remember everything that's happened when I'm drinking. I'd be like, okay, we went here, we went to the casino, we went here, we did that, we went to the bar, we went to the strip club, then we came back to my house, we had some drinks in the kitchen. Like, I remember all that stuff. But there's no way on God's green earth, Explorer, that you can remember every single sentence that may have come out of your mouth that night, because, you know what I mean? What do you mean, why did you block Gaz? Did you block Gaz? No, I didn't block Gaz. Why? Should I? I think I might. I think I might block him just for fun. I think we're going to do that right now, actually. What do you guys think? Oh, my God. Magnum, what are you talking about? Hi, Matt Collin. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Help me out here. Listen, I'm going to say them before we get into our first actual topic. So YouTube decided to fuck me again. There's another algorithm change that has happened. And as a result of that CEO, whatever his name is, thank you, Gorilla. Whatever his name is, I just call him asshole because that's exactly what this guy is. Ever since he's taken over YouTube, he has destroyed the platform. He has got AI has taken over all operations of YouTube. And as a result, AI doesn't understand the nuances of algorithm when it comes to human beings and the content and everything else like that. So there are like channels that have been wiped out entirely. Thank God that's not mine. But I'm just saying there's channels that have been wiped out entirely by AI and no like explanation to those creators or anything else like that. A bunch of people's numbers went down. Technical issues across the board. People are having streaming issues, connectivity issues. They're having like botting. Visual quality, video quality has gone down. And all of these things have happened since this asshole took over as CEO. And on top of that, so I showed Colt something, and I actually reached out to Google, whatever, like Google support for YouTube creators, right? And I showed them my metrics, and I said, guys, what the hell is going on? Emperor Hound heard about it too, yeah. And I said, guys, what? I didn't say what the hell is going on, but I'm just like, guys, what is happening here? I go, look at my metrics. My likes are up. My views are up like 28%, like month over month. In this month, or not this month, in November, they were all up through the roof. All my metrics, view hours, likes, regular views, all of that stuff. All of the metrics were through the roof. Subscribers have been stuck at 2905 to 2907 for a month straight. And then I showed them, I said, look at the subscriber numbers from January up till now. I average between 250 and 500 subscribers a month. It has gone down to 2. Tell me there's not an issue. So I looked it up on YouTube, and apparently, yeah, Punty, they did. So apparently it's happened to several people and whatever else. And what most creators have told me is like, just ride the wave. It sort of fixes itself. So there's always going to be those months where like there's like a technical issue, a problem, your channel gets, they call it stuck, where the metrics don't show up properly and all that kind of stuff. So that's been happening to me. So I showed Colt the same thing after XNC last night. I'm like, dude, look at this. I'm like, obviously there's something wrong here, right? So even my shorts, by the way, I started doing shorts last week because, and no, it's not because I'm trying to like grift off like the popularity of shorts. I really am not. The reason why I do shorts, and this is something I talked about last night on XNC, is that I have throughout my day, whatever I'm doing, let's say I'm home, okay? And I'm home and I'm doing laundry and I'm doing some dishes and like I'm cleaning up or I'm making myself breakfast. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh, and then like an idea comes in my head for something I want to talk about on a show, right? And then I'm just like, oh, I got to remember that for next whatever, MAGGCAST or next XNC, or maybe I'll do a video about it or something. Or sometimes the thought is not enough for a video per se, because my videos aren't very long, like anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes, right? You guys know my drill. And so I just have a random thought, but it's a good one. And then you know what ends up happening? By the time XNC happens and by the time MAGGCAST happens, I've already forgot it. And it's like I forgot what I was going to say. You know what I mean? Who's asking what my Cyber Gunter, my PlayStation ID is I am the Mag. All capitals, all one word. I am the Mag. It's the same on Xbox, If anybody wants to add me on Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch 2, I have the same name across all 3 platforms. Sabina! My name is the same. My gaming handle is the same across all 3. I am the Mag, all capitals, all one word. So anyways, back to the story. So, yeah, so I showed Colt the same thing, and he's looking at the analytics, and he goes, dude, this doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, thank you. And he's like, everything has like a green arrow pointing up. It's like up, 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 up. Like everything is up through the roof. The views, the likes, the this, the that. Like even like the metrics overall, one of the metrics was up 28%. But for some reason, the subscriber count has been stuck since the first week of November all the way until today. It's wild. So like, anyways, he thinks that it's just stuck. Like, he's like, it looks like it's just stuck, whatever. He goes, and it might get unstuck. He goes, you're not getting the proper numbers and all that kind of shit, whatever. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, just power through it. So anyways, back to the shorts idea. The reason why I do these shorts is when I have those random thoughts that are good, or at least I think they're good, and I'm like, oh, that's something I really would like to talk about. Well, you know what I do? I grab my phone, I go to shorts, press record, and bang, I just nail it out in 45 seconds to a minute, and it gets my thought out there so I don't forget it. And then, you know, it's something that is also, that can also drive community conversation, right? Like, for example, we're going to talk about Forza Horizon 6 tonight. I was, like I said, I was wandering around through the house, you know, doing a couple of knickknacks and things and here and there. And then I was just like, oh shit, you know what? Actually, I want to talk about this. It's a good idea. And so what I do, I grabbed my phone, I put a virtual background of like Forza Horizon in there or whatever. I did my 45-second spiel, put it up on shorts, and lo and behold, almost 2,000 views. Right? I had 2,000, almost 2,000 views. You know, people talking in there, whatever, and then they're just like, yeah, you know, that does make sense, or this doesn't make sense, or whatever. We will talk about that subject later tonight. It's on the list. Scoop 75 is that you, Cyber Gunter, or is that someone else? So anyways, I'm fighting the good fight, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to, I mean, it's hard to ignore because I'm putting so much work into the channel and everything else. And of course, I have a new initiative moving forward, which you guys will all see over time as I'm pushing more and more content, and it's going to be consistent content. I will tell you some of it right now. MAGGCAST, outside of me traveling or like it's a holiday, MAGGCAST will always be Tuesday nights as it is right now, the last couple of weeks. The couple of weeks before that and whatever else, I was running around. I had a lot of stuff to do, a lot of family things and traveling. And I went to go see Newf and Niagara Falls. I had Great Wolf Lodge and some other things. So anyways, that's all settled now for now. But the week of Christmas, I will not be here during the Tuesday on MAGGCAST. I will be up north at my brother-in-law's cottage. We're going to be up there for 2 days for Christmas. And then Christmas Day, I'm going to be with my family, my side of the family. But anyways, Tuesday night's MAGGCAST. Every Friday night now, in the evening, I'm going to be having live stream. My live streaming will be consistently every Friday. Again, unless extenuating circumstances, in which I'll move it to another night just for that particular week. Friday night live streaming. I will be doing that, gaming, whatever. If I decide to do a bonus stream during the week, that'll just be an impromptu sort of thing. Just kind of do it. And then I will be alternating between Marinated Reviews with Mag and Mixing with Mag on Fridays before the live stream. So if I do that, I will be launching a video one Friday for Mixing with Mag. The following week, I'll be doing Marinated Reviews with Mag. So I'll be doing 2 Marinated Reviews a month and 2 Mixing with Mags a month. And then once a month, I do a cooking video. And every Tuesday night is MAGGCAST. Every Friday is live streaming. And then, of course, shorts throughout the week or videos if like news happens to pop up and I just get in there. And then Monday mornings, just before lunchtime, I'm doing my Mondays with Mag, where I do a games news roundup. I'm sure some of you guys already saw my new one. And I do basically the weekend news update, so to speak, right? So any of the news that dropped between Friday and Monday, I do a roundup of news on Monday morning, and that's called Mondays with Mag. That will also be a consistent video every Monday. So anyways, regardless of what YouTube is doing or what they're not doing, I will soldier through it, and I will carry on, and we'll get this thing unfucked. Because, you know, hey, it's not me, man, it's them.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
Watch your step. Skynet better get their thing together, okay? Anyways. Thank you, Great Wall. Yes, that is the consistent thing. Scheduling is a consistent thing. However, I've been feeling it out. You know what I'm saying? So like over between January and now, it doesn't happen overnight. You know what I mean? Between January and like basically November up until I wanted to take the whole first year and sort of experiment with the channel and see like, okay, what works, what's not working, what's going on here. And now I have a game plan that I'm going to move forward from December and on. And that's how I'm going to do it. So what I want, like I said, I wanted to test the waters across the board. Consider it like a soft opening. You know what I'm saying? Consider it like a soft opening. That was the idea. I don't know how to say your name, but it looks like it says Bing Lane M9. I don't know what the hell you call you. I'm gonna call you the notorious BNG. How about that? I haven't seen your name in the chat before, so guess what? Welcome to hell, buddy.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
The notorious BNG is in the chat. That's your name now. Mr. Womack, how you doing, buddy? The PlayStation Portal did get a very nice update. Yes, indeed. It did. It did. I obviously installed the update, and I was already on PlayStation Plus Premium anyway, so I tried the cloud gaming thing, and it is magnificent. I brought it with me to Great Wolf Lodge, which is like a 2.5 hour drive from my house. So, and you know, hotel Wi-Fi or even resort Wi-Fi is always crap. You guys know that. And I played Ghost of Yotai from I wanted to try it because it was right there. It says, play Ghost of Yotai on cloud. I'm like, all right. So I clicked on it. In 30 seconds, it loaded. No lag, no issues, no problems. And played like a dream. And literally in the snap of a finger, picked up exactly where I left off from the actual home console. And it just picked up on cloud like nothing. It was amazing. Alex, thank you. So anyways, it was amazing experience. My understanding, as I don't play Xbox cloud services, if I do play Xbox, I play at home. I've never tried that, but I heard that the Xbox cloud service is actually quite good as well. It's getting better. And that's very important for them. That's going to continue to be important as the ROG Xbox LIX is out there in the wild. People paid a lot of money for those products. So, you know, that's going to have to be, that's an important thing as well, right? So I'm actually surprised that I know they have obviously the lesser costing one, but I'm surprised that at this point they don't have some kind of like a $200 cloud access handheld device. I know there's a million third-party ones out there, but I mean, I figure Xbox could just release one like a green and black one and sell it for $200. Hi, honey. My wife just walked in the door. She just finished working. Y'all better have my money. Oh, my wife works hard, man. She's amazing. She is amazing. So, anyhow. So, I'm surprised Xbox didn't do something like that. Like, I wouldn't even know what to call it. I don't know, like, the Xbox Game Deck or something. I don't know. What's up, David? How you doing, buddy? 78 Inc. I'm literally 90. Well, it floats between 95 and 93 subs away from 3,000. And it's been stuck at that for literally a month. I don't know what the hell's going on. And like I said, I pulled up my metrics, I screenshot it and sent it to Google and said, dudes and dudettes at Google, can you please look into this? This is a little bit funny. Like, if people hated me, you could say, okay, well, you know, subs plummeted or some shit like that. XPad, there you go. Great name, Voyager. We'll get back to that in a minute. I was just going to answer that question about the 78 Inc. And it just won't move. And it literally has been stuck at 2907 or 2905 for a month. But the funny thing is, from January all the way to November, it's anywhere between 250 and 500 subs a month, and it just completely froze. And so Colt said the same thing. He goes, none of this makes any sense. He goes, all the metrics are heading in this direction, and for some reason that just froze. And he's like, it's really, really weird, man. It's really weird. I don't know. I can't figure it out. But it's okay. Like he said, he goes, sometimes they just act a damn fool for a little while, and then it kind of like unsticks itself and then carries on, and then the numbers like sort of fix itself, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, an XPad. Well, the xCloud, yeah. Like an XPad or something like that. I don't know. You know what I mean? And then just like $200. And then it's basically just cloud only and Game Pass access. That's all you get. You don't even have to worry about, streaming to your console. Just have a cloud thing. I know, like I said, I know other companies have their versions of that, but they should just have their own. I think it would do well. Because there's some people who just don't want to get into like that, the ecosystem. They're like, well, no, I'm happy on PC or I'm happy on PlayStation or whatever. And like, for $200, I would be like, I mean, not me, but I already have access to Xbox and whatever else. I'm just like, I would, if I was like a PlayStation player, for example, and to be like, you know what, I wouldn't mind having Game Pass for like 6 months or something, or a year. Let me give it a shot. $200. It's like, it's like, I mean, these days for tech, $200 is like a stocking stuffer if you want to think about, like, look at the prices of consoles and all the hardware and software that's going on right now. $200 is practically a steal these days, right? I would do it. And you know what the thing is? I know a lot of Xbox guys, and you know why I know that would work? Because a lot of Xbox guys I know who do not own a PlayStation and do not want to spend $700 on a US on a PlayStation and then everything else, they bought a Portal. And a lot of them DM'd me and said, okay, dude, lay it to me straight here. So I don't even need a console. I said, no, you don't. You could buy the PS Portal. You could play the PS Plus games, which all their first-party games are there, at least the older ones. You could play all of them. All the Last of Us remastered games and God of Wars and the Horizon games and Spider-Man games. They're all there, right? And then if you purchase a game, which now the store is now on the device, you can actually purchase a game on there and just stream it right there, right off of the thing. Assuming it has streaming, it'll tell you. But like the majority, it'll say this is on streaming or whatever. And I know Xbox guys who've done that because they're like, listen, I want access to the PlayStation ecosystem, but I don't feel like going over that giant paywall because I already have a PC or I already have an Xbox and it's too much money to have all of it because, not everybody is in the same financial situation. And you know what? They did it. They went out and bought a Portal and they're like, you know what? I love this thing. I have access to a PlayStation 5 and never even had to buy one. Unbelievable, right? So they're super happy about that. And personally, I think Xbox should do the same damn thing. Emperor Hound, there you go. He says, yeah, Mag, I'm one of them. There you go. Xbox should do the same thing. You offer, yes, I understand you can go buy those games on PlayStation. All the Xbox games you could buy on PlayStation. But what if you don't want to spend $70, $100 Canadian, $120 Australian on those games? Sometimes you just want to, just buy a $200 thing and just get Game Pass here and there and be able to play those games for infinitely cheaper. Game Pass is not cheap these days, but I mean, you could get a month here, get a month there, get a month here, and then take advantage of the situation, right? As a smart consumer, that's something you could do. I'm just saying, instead of worrying about like the $1,000 and up hardware, which is wonderful hardware, by the way. I've played the ROG LIX. I even played it before it even came out. I had a regional manager over at Best Buy let me fiddle with one for a little bit, right? It was an amazing piece of technology, but not everybody has $1,000 for like the good one. I mean, I know there's a cheaper one, but it's like not everybody has $1,000, guys. Like, do something accessible so people could just get in there. But they're like, oh, well, everybody else is doing accessible stuff. Why should we? Because it's branding. It's marketing. That's what it's all about. And that's where Microsoft loses their focus. They're like, oh, why should we do it? Other companies are doing it. They can access it there. I'm like, yes, you're not wrong. But it's about branding and marketing. You know what I mean? And if you don't do that, and if you're just becoming a software peddler, then people aren't going to pay attention to you. And they're not. Xbox as a division is doing fine because they have their engagement on PC and, of course, on console and whatever else in cloud. They're doing fine in that respect. But, like look at Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola has been around for like 100 and something years. Why do they still advertise on Super Bowl? Because everybody knows what Coca-Cola is. But they still do it anyway. Why? Because it's about retention, marketing, and branding. Brand recognition. But, I mean, what do I know? They're paying guys 7 figures to sit there on their hands. But, that's just me. And we got Grumpy Old Fart starting the party tonight, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Thank you very much, Grumpy Old Fart. He sends in a $5 super chat, and he says, one Gaz impression, please. Kisses for the wife. Mwah. All right, honey, I'll see you later. She'll be going up. She'll be in bed by the time I get to... by the time I get done this show tonight. I try to do the Gaz impression. It's kind of funny. Yeah. And actually, I am going to be doing a show with Gaz sometime in the near future. He had to cancel on me twice. We were going to do it on a Saturday, and then I'm like, listen, dude, I'm going to be busy for the next couple Saturdays, so we'll have to do it another time. So we're still trying to organize another session. And then he was like, he's just like, well, Mag, why don't you on the show, Mag? Like, come on, Mag. Sauce. And I was like, yeah, man, yeah, I know. Don't worry, we'll get it together. We'll get it together at some point.
Why do you say this to me when you know I will kill you for it?
Oh, come on, bruv. We got to do the show, bruv. Come on, Mag. Sauce. Oh. Sabina Fina's great name, the Mag Minute. And we got I can't even speak. David Merrifield drops a £2 super chat. That's proper British money there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And he says, nothing. Thank you very much, David Merrifield, for the support. I appreciate you. Grumpy Old Fart, thank you so much, buddy. Hey, DJ Marshman, how you going? Sauce! I was just saying, hey, bruv! I was just thinking... Mag, you legend! I'm like, yes, I know. I love making fun of Gaz. Gaz is a nice guy. Yeah, Magnum. Oh my goodness. Every time he says sauce, all I can think of is like Gordon Ramsay when he has that lamb sauce freak out. It's still the fun. I literally listen to that once a week. It's just because he puts so much emphasis on the word sauce. It's so funny. You guys know the clip I'm talking about? I'm gonna put it actually in my soundboard for next week. No, you missed nothing, dude. We're just having some fun. Well, we talked about a lot of stuff already. We talked about the PlayStation Portal. We talked about Xbox Cloud. We talked about me cooking American Thanksgiving, even though I'm only half American. Yeah, thank you, Mirko. You got it. Where's the lamb? See, like, Gordon Ramsay starts off cool. I'm going to blow your eardrums out, guys. Sorry. He starts off slow and low, and then he just goes to, just like Kiss. He goes straight to 11. He's like, where's the lamb sauce? And then he waits like a second, and then he goes, where's the lamb sauce? Where's the lamb sauce? Oh, yeah, Grindhouse Jez uses that clip. That's right, Mirko. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Where's the lamb sauce? I love it so much. Yeah, D, I do listen to him. He's funny, man. He's funny. Grindhouse Jez is hilarious. His AI songs, literally, hey, old dog is in the house.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
When Grindhouse Jez plays those AI songs, and if I'm like folding laundry or if I'm eating lunch or I'm doing something, I just start choking because they're so funny. If you guys haven't listened to his AI songs, they are hilarious. And the thing is, and this is something we talked about on XNC last night, some people just can't take a joke, eh? And even if you love, he makes fun of Phil Spencer, he makes fun of Xbox and whatever else, because he's a primarily PlayStation guy, right? And he makes fun of it. But if you love Xbox and you love Phil Spencer and you love all that stuff, that's fine. It's great. But you can't laugh at a joke. Some people get really mad. And I'm like, why would you get mad? It's just a joke. It's like me watching a movie. Okay, it's like me watching Family Guy. Okay? And Family Guy makes fun of Italians all the time on the show. All the time. I'm Italian. Right? And I'm watching, and they're like, it showed there's a clip of an Italian guy at the eye doctor, and he goes, all right, Mr. Read line number 3. And he's covering his eye, and he goes, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh. And I'm pissing my pants because that's hilarious. Right? But some people get offended by that. I'm like, what? Why would you get offended by that? It's hilarious. Arrow Nation, I have not got to that yet. I'm going to. I had a really busy afternoon. I did see the message, dude. I'm going to check it out after the show, I promise. Because if they're suitable, I'm actually going to use them in the videos, and I can actually shout you out on that. Thank you, Arrow Nation. I appreciate that. What's up, Matt Rush fan? How you doing, buddy? Yeah. Matt Rush. I literally was talking about that at the beginning of the show. He says, I know why your views are stuck. It's because of the Google AI for YouTube. It's doing this to 85% of streamers. Yeah, those fuck faces.
You're fucking wrong. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
Yeah, exactly, Matt Rush fan. He goes, Smash JT said the same problem as you. Yeah, dude, like 80 something percent of streamers are having the same thing. Someone else mentioned in the chat. Yeah, where's the lamb sauce? Like even XNC, some of the other big shows that we have out there, we're looking at the numbers and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like some of my videos went from 1,000 views, not the shorts. The shorts seem to be flying off the charts, but my actual videos, they're cut in half. And I'm like, what happened? And then I'm like, huh? The same thing happened in August. You know what's funny? I show Colt that too. I go, dude, check this out. In July, I had videos that had upwards of 5,000 to 7,000 views per video, and then literally a week later, when the AI decided to take the algorithm and and no Vaseline it, I went from 5,000 views to 68 on one video. That makes no sense. Isn't that wild? And I show Colt, I go, Colt, look at this, dude. And he goes, what the F? Because, Colt doesn't swear, right? And I'm like, dude, look at that. 5,000 one video. A week later, when the AI decided to frig the algorithm, 68 views on a video. And I'm like, what the hell happened? And then everybody started coming out and started talking about it. Right? And now the same guys are talking about it again. Like the bigger YouTubers are like, yo, YouTube, you are forcing our hand at this point. So you know what a lot of them are doing? It happened to you, 78 Inc. There you go. Same thing. So some of the bigger YouTubers that have like websites that they put their content on the websites. I don't have a website. These guys have like a staff and like an office with like actual studios, because that's like they're like making millions, right? And they have and they started just posting their content on their websites. And they're making revenue off of that. And they're basically, they're just like, fuck YouTube, right? I'm not saying that. But they're still putting the stuff on YouTube, but it just stopped, right? And like it says, it goes through these algorithm changes because of the AI. And it's screwing people, and it's screwing me, right? So it's wild, man. It pisses me right off. But anyways, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? Anyways, we talked about a couple of things. We talked about a couple of gaming things, a couple of personal things, a couple of YouTube things. I want to address Dizzy Delta in the chat. He was talking earlier about... sorry, Dizzy. I know I made you wait 45 minutes. I want to address what he was talking about with Splinter Cell. The Splinter Cell... for some clarification, let me tell you what happened. They were working on a new Splinter Cell project, not the remake. It was a new project, and they shelved it because of budgetary reasons. So that's the one they shelved, not the remake. All right, so I hope that clarifies something. As for a release date, it's been, dude, they've been talking about this thing for years. I first heard about it in 2023. It is now literally the last month of 2025, and we still have no idea what the hell's going on with that game. I know it exists. I've seen it with my own eyes. It exists. Like, I'm not crazy. I'm not one of those guys that stands outside in this thing with like the A-frames around my neck that says the world, the end is nigh. I'm not crazy. I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't tell anybody I saw it with my own eyes. And it's okay, because the YouTube AI doesn't have me looking at anything right now. So anybody watching the channel other than you guys. Infernal Earth. I talked about you at the beginning of the show. So yes, Dizzy Delta, Infernal Earth, I'll get back to you in a minute. Dizzy Delta, to answer that question, yes, the Splinter Cell remake is still coming. But the one that they shelved was a brand new project that was going to be like a continuation of the story or whatever else. It's going to be a new IP or whatever. Maybe in a reboot or a reboot skull or whatever the hell they call it. You know what I mean? I don't really know. So Infernal Earth, getting back to you, I don't know what the hell's going on because like Arrow Nation invited me to, he added me as a friend on Call of Duty. Literally in the snap of a finger, he was right there on my screen. I added him and done. Your name still has not shown up. I don't know why. It's really weird, man. It's really weird. But anyhow, let's get back to it. So let's talk about this, the irony. The irony, ladies and gentlemen. I was just about to talk about the Steam on PS6 situation, whatever, as reported by Hip Hop Gamer. What do I look? I see in my mentions over here, Hip Hop Gamer has subscribed to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you something, Hip Hop Gamer. Check this out.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, baby. Welcome to hell. You are part of the maggots now, buddy. Thank you so much, Hip Hop Gamer, for joining the channel. I appreciate you. And hey, you never know. Maybe Hip Hop Gamer's going to be the one who's going to shake the algorithm loose. Maybe he's going to be the one. All of a sudden he gets in there and it shakes loose and then Google's like, "Oh, just kidding. Well, you're actually at 3,400 subs." Our bad, our algorithm, but hey, what can I say?
Don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
You know what I mean? Smarten up, Google. What, y'all not making enough money?
You're fired!
That's right, you're fired. Not Hip Hop Gamer, Google. Smarten up. So anyways, as I was saying, some of the larger YouTubers are now putting the content directly onto their websites and they're monetized through that and through Patreon and some other things. And so they found other ways until someone else can come along that it can actually challenge YouTube. But as yet, that hasn't really happened because there hasn't been anything out there that, I mean, Kick is out there, Twitch, they kind of do their thing. And then of course, Rumble's out there, but no one actually has the infrastructure and the know-how to be to take on something as large as Google. However, everything falls at some point, ladies and gentlemen. We all know this. Every empire must crumble, and that is just the way of life. To think that YouTube's going to be here forever, probably not, but you never know. I mean, AOL ruled the world. MySpace ruled the world. Look at Facebook. Facebook was the biggest thing on the planet. It still has billions of people, have their profiles and whatever on Facebook. But it's practically rendered itself irrelevant at this point as other media has taken over. So to think that YouTube is the one, the end all, it is not the end all. There'll be something else. It'll just take over time, and then it's something. As a content creator, you're gonna have to stay on top of that stuff, and then be able to migrate not only yourself but your audience and everything else. These things they all go in waves. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it'll go away, but it may not hold the same relevancy that it once had. Yeah, Seth Monsters, Mixer, Yahoo. Look at everybody's talking about all those things. You know what I mean? Facebook was the number one thing on the planet in the aughts, as they call it, right? The aughts. Stupidest fucking thing I ever heard in my life. The aughts. Like, what even is that?
Why do you say this to me when you know I will kill you for it?
It's so dumb. Get out of here with that name.
You shall not pass!
You know what I mean? Ridiculous. Anyways, let's talk about Steam on the PS6. Now, I know it was reported by Hip Hop Gamer saying that Steam will be on PS6. Now, this has come with some agreements from people and some disagreements from people. It's come under fire from some people saying this doesn't make sense. I've seen some other people. I'm not going to mention everybody's name. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to bring the drama to the show. You know what I'm saying? I'm the drama on the show. I'm the one who knocks. But anyways, I talked about it last night on XNC, why it would make sense. And then I'm also going to talk about how it may not And we don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. It's probably going to be, another 2 years away before we see a PlayStation 6 anyway. I'm thinking fall 2027. November, fall 2027 would make the most sense. That sort of falls in line with everything that they've done thus far for the last 40 years or whatever it is, right? So, there's that. So, I talked about that. Why would they do it? Well, the integration would be in there because let's face it, they're competition / not competition Xbox. They're doing it as well. Why would you allow them to have a feature that you wouldn't have? You know what I mean? That would give like a little bit of an advantage, especially if they're going to sit around the same price points, right, for the next gen consoles. I know for sure that Microsoft has already have a target of $899 to $1199 for the next gen consoles. That's a $300 difference, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Now, the reason why they have it sitting at a $300 variance is because they're not 100% sure how much parts are going to cost. So they go, okay, give us the worst case scenario and best case scenario, right? That's what these corporations do. That's pretty common, especially when you're putting together a business model. So therefore, that being the case, what's happening here is going to be between $899 and $1199. I would imagine, now I've heard rumors that the PlayStation 6 is going to be priced lower than that, but I still can't see it being priced any lower than $700. Why? Because in 2024, they launched a PS5 Pro at $700, which now obviously costs even more money, but we shall see. So anyways, that being the case, if you're sitting in the range or the possible range in terms of pricing, even within a stone's throw of that, why would you actively allow one company to have access to something that the other doesn't, right? And so there is that. But the other thing is too, and I heard that they were also working on a PlayStation Store. I can't confirm that, but I did speak to some people who said that they think that was something that was feasible and something that was happening. And I'm like, okay, well, that would make a little bit of sense. But then at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, but if you have, like, this is where I may push back a little. And the pushback is this. I'm thinking to myself, well, if PlayStation 6 has Steam, why would Sony allow people to be able to buy their games on Steam and then Sony only takes 30% of a, let's say like a third-party game, okay? So like you buy a third-party game, I don't know, Battlefield 7, okay? Let's say you buy it on Steam, or at least you have the option to buy it on Steam. That means that 70% of that would go to Steam, 30% would go to PlayStation. Or however it gets broken down when you buy it from a third party. That's not accurate because Steam actually is not the publisher. But you know what I'm saying. You guys get what I'm saying here? Basically what I'm trying to say is that Sony is going to get a cut, but then, sorry, it would be Steam that would take the 30% cut, not Sony. Sorry, my bad. And then the 70%, sorry, I was working it on my head. And then the 70%, of course, would go to the publisher. So 70% goes to the publisher, 30% would go to Steam. What's going to PlayStation? And these are questions I have. And that's why I would love for someone to sit down with me and I said, explain it to me. I mean, I know I'm a one-man show here, and and I'm reading the chat and everything else. Arrow Nation, Mag the drifting, the grifting drama king. Oh, oh my lord!
Why do you say this to me when you know I will kill you for it?
Fagundo! Fagundo!
Thank you, Arrow Nation. You made me laugh, dude. So anyways, as I was saying, trying to figure this out. Trying to understand why Sony would do this. How would this make any sense? Right? So, like, why would you let Steam take the 30% cut and then the 70% goes to the publisher and then Sony's sitting there with their dick in their hands? Doesn't make sense to me. So that's where I have questions. And I'm not sitting there. I'm not going to be one of those guys that be like, you're wrong. Like, I'm not like that. I'm always like more curious than anything else. And I like to be educated and I like to be taught. You know what I mean? Like, okay, dude, so tell me the reasonings why. So I'd love to be able to sit down with him. I'd love to be able to have a hip hop gamer just be like, hey, tell me, or anybody else. I'd just be like, tell me what that means. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about. I'm like, just like I'm trying to figure it out. And so, like, there's a lot of questions. I think there's more questions than answers here at this point. And therefore, you know what? We're going to have to revisit this subject later on down the road. And we'll see what happens. I mean, like, there's nothing else we can do except for basically absorb that information, sort of come up with our own pros and cons for it or whatever else. And then we're just going to have to wait for Sony to come forward when they do, probably not for another year. My guess would be at the beginning of 2027, you're going to see something, as Sony tends to do their announcements for new consoles generally between about 10 months before the actual launch of the console. So therefore, that being the case, we shall see, right? And then we got D drops a $5 super chat. 487, and he says, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. And he says, AAA costs time and money. Devs target lower specs. You have a capable PC now. Why buy PS6? Sony scared, offered dual boot option, tailored Steam OS build. Okay, I understand what you're trying to say. So he was basically trying to squeeze in a bunch of things all into that one super chat, because I know how super chats work. It sort of like limits your sentences depending on how much you pay, right? So trust me, I know. I like sent like cryptic messages that sound like Frankenstein talking. I'm like dot 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 because I couldn't fit all the words in. So yes, I understand what you're saying. I don't think that Sony's scared per se, but I'm certainly I think that I will agree with you on this. I think that what they're doing, D, is they have to be aware of what everybody else is doing around them. And as a result, they have to explore that option, right? You can't ignore it. You can't ignore that option. Not only do you have Steam on the PC, they're literally going to be dropping a Steam machine. By the way, it comes out in March. I didn't say that. So, like, the Steam machine is coming out, you know when. So, that being the case, you've got a Steam machine, you've got PC, both using Steam. You've got the Xbox ROG using Steam. You've got the next Xbox Magnificent using Steam. Sony can't just sit there and go, whatever. You know what I mean? Fuzzy Tomato, how you doing, buddy? So they can't just ignore that, obviously, right? I mean, they are one of the leaders in the industry, in the gaming industry. You can't just sit on your hands and be like, whatever, they can just do whatever. We'll just be in the corner over here. They're not going to do that. They're actually going to pay attention. And they're going to say, okay, guys, let's weigh out the pros and cons. What can we do? What will we do? They go over to Church Lady over there, and they're like, all right, Dana Carvey, figure some shit out, and then do your little ASMR talk, and then, we'll talk about it. Well, I think that the Steam box is going to have ourselves a bit of a problem, so we're going to put some of that Steam on that PS6. We're going to paint ourselves a nice little tree right here. We're going to paint a nice little tree and some puffy little clouds right over there. And then maybe you know what I'm going to do? Little happy accident. I'm gonna put myself a little Steam on the PS6. How about that? You want a little Steam on that PS6? It's like, dude, speak up. Can't hear you. So listen, some people are going after Hip Hop Game or whatever. It's gonna happen when you report stuff. People do that. Trust me, I know. When I talked about Project Latitude back in the fall of 23 and people started freaking out, you know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do? But a level-headed human being, sort of like myself. But when it comes to business, when it comes to this, when it comes to what we're talking about here in the gaming industry, I tend to walk into it with a level head. I say, okay, so I take the information that he said. I looked at his statement, and then I'm like, all right, I give some yays and I give some possible nays, right? But that's it. Be respectful of what other people say. And you can be like, all right, that's cool. That's cool. But people, there is no cool on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody goes wild. They just start attacking or defending or this and that. I'm like, guys, just relax. Let him say his statement. And then we'll see over time how that all kind of pans out. What the hell else are you going to do? And the biggest thing, let me tell you something. And the biggest thing that pisses me off about people, not us, not the maggots. Like just the, like internet people in general, is the word liar. There is nothing more egregious than the use of the word liar by internet assholes. You know what I mean? Because they don't actually know what the word liar means. So, like, for example, if I say Splinter Cell Remake is still coming. Liar! I'm like, do you even know what liar means? Do you know what liar means? Does anybody actually know what the real word, what it actually means? It means to purposefully deceive somebody from the truth. By talking about inside information, however it pans out. Or if it gets altered. Let's say you say, okay, like for example, me. I'll give an example just because, I'm sitting here. Like I have myself as an example. Shill. Snow Dragon. Like when I talked about the Gears of War Marcus Phoenix collection. It absolutely indeed exists, right? They released Gears of War Reloaded. And the plan was they were going to release all three at once. And then the plan was, based on performance, they would break up all three of them and sell them individually for $40 each as opposed to all three for $70. So it's going to be 40, 40, and 40, so they can make $120 for the trilogy as opposed to $70 for the trilogy and maximize profit. And then be able to have a little bit more time to spend on each game individually, right? In terms of development time, all that kind of stuff, right? And then people said, I'm a liar. No. A liar is someone who purposefully deceives somebody. But if information changes, depending on, of course, like a business plan changes or alters ever so slightly, that doesn't make somebody a liar, right? You see what I'm saying? Just means the information has changed. So people say that about Hip Hop Gamer. Oh, he's a liar. No, he's not a liar. That's not how it works. Paris, same thing. I see it. Marcello, I see you in the chat. Oh! How you doing, buddy? I appreciate it. And listen.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There you go. There you go, Paris. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody say hi to Paris in the chat tonight. Drip feed. Thank you, Voyager88. You get it, dude. Yeah, Italians say Fugazi. Well, we say a lot of things, Italians. However, like I said, be respectful. You take in the information that was given to you, and then you make a decision for yourself and say, well, I think this. And you know the thing is, because there's no official word, you can't accuse that man of saying anything nefarious. Because there's no official word. You could just either take it at face value or don't. Or you could take it at half face value and say, you know what, that sounds right. I see you guys talking in the chat. I see you guys debating with each other and saying, I think of this and whatever, and I think that and all that. And that's great. That's what we're here for. This channel is all about that. This channel is all about debate, healthy debate, and respect for each other. I have a lot of people that we don't get along sometimes, like even on XNC or maybe not so much here. Noisy mofo. Canada best. How you doing, buddy? Happy holidays, Mag. What are you playing currently? Did you finish Yotai? No, I have not. I got to get back to it, dude. I've been in like shooter. I've been locked in on shooters, dude. And like I've been playing Battlefield 6 like crazy. And then, believe it or not, as much as I I gave Call of Duty in my marinated review, I gave it a 5.4 out of 10. I got to tell you, bro. I'm still playing, it's like a bad movie. I've said it a million times before. It's like a bad movie that you watch every year. It's a bad game, but it's still fun to go around and shoot. Like Aero Nation and I, after XNC last night, Aero Nation and I hooked up, pause, and we played Zombies last night for about 45 minutes or so. We had a blast. But mind you, Zombies is the best mode in Black Ops 7. So anyways, I've been playing just shooters and whatever else. However, you know what I did play today? You know what I played today? Allow me to show you. That's right. Some Red Dead Redemption, baby. We're going to talk about that briefly before we get into some other conversation. But let me tell you something, man. Red Dead Redemption is fire. The remake is absolutely amazing. All right, hat comes off. Hat comes off. Hey, Toby, how you doing, buddy? Standard Mag. Listen, there's a movie that I watch with my brother all the time. Not all the time, but like we watch it periodically, like maybe once every year, once every couple of years. And I know some people in the chat will know it. Mag Eastwood. Yeah, listen, 78 Inc. He's like, I haven't touched Black Ops 7. Listen, it's not a great game. Okay? It's not a great game. I gave it a 5.4 out of 10. But I still find myself going back in there and just playing the multiplayer. It's got shit graphics. Shit spawning. Like, it's like you go play Battlefield 6 and then go play that. And, dude, it's like getting out of a Ferrari and going into a 1982 Datsun with roll-up windows. Like, what are we talking about here, right? Anyways, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still fun. It's still like you're running around just mindlessly just shooting shit. You know, shooting people, whatever. Sliding, jumping, bumping, wall, bumping, ba-bam, ba-boom, ba-bam, ba-beam. Like a bunch of Mexican jumping beans all over the place. It's ridiculous. But it's mindless fun, and I'm still doing it. You know what I'm saying? So I guess in a way, even though it's a bad game, they still kind of did their job because I'm still playing it. So, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's almost like automatic. It's like a, you know, it's like just motor function. Like, you just do it. You know what I mean? It's like peeing. You don't think about peeing. You just pee. You know, it's the same kind of idea, right? So, Toby, I don't know what gully means. There you go. Jeffrey in the chat says cod. He goes, Mag, cod is cod. It's true. However, I have high hopes. Listen, I got my fingers crossed here. I have high hopes for Modern Warfare 4. We shall see if that game is great. You never know. You never know. You never know, right? You don't know until you get into your hands. So we're going to have to just wait and see how that goes. But, you know, generally speaking, I give him the benefit of the doubt. But, I mean, like Colt said last night, you know, he goes, I can't help but notice that since Microsoft took over, 2 out of the last 3 CODs were shit. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, that's not really Microsoft's fault. Maybe Black Ops 7, they could have had someone watching over it. Remember what I said last week? When you're an executive chef, and Sarah Bond and Phil Spencer and Matt Booty are executive chefs, how did you let that dish leave the kitchen to the dining room? That's what I'm talking about. There is accountability that needs to happen. We're not going to get into that again. That's a side tangent. But anyways, as I was saying, there's a movie that I watch with my brother every once in a while. And I know some of you guys, some of you old cats in the chat will know exactly what I'm talking about. Year of the Dragon. A terrible 80s fantasy kung fu movie. And y'all will know what it is. El DeBarge has the song in it. To the beat of the rhythm of the night. Okay? For all the gray beards out there. Paris, I know you know this. I know you know El DeBarge. I loved El DeBarge. I had LPs of El DeBarge. And then, of course, there was the big bad guy. Remember him? With the ridiculous hair. He looked like Gene Simmons. Who is the master? Show enough. Who is the master? Show enough. You guys remember that movie? With Show enough? With the leather halter top and his big nipples sticking out and like the big teased hair and the wild eyes. Who is the oh, it was The Last Dragon. Sorry, Last Dragon. I thought it was Year of the Dragon. Sorry, my bad. The Last Dragon. Who is the master? Show enough. I'm putting it in my soundboard next week. Sorry, I know Grim. Yeah, I see you guys. I made a mistake. It's called The Last Dragon. Yeah, you guys know the movie I'm talking about, right? Hey, Oates, how you doing? Yeah, so, it's a ridiculous movie. But my brother and I sit down and watch it, we might be up north or something, having some beers and hanging out, and we'll just be like, you know what, just put it on. Just put it on. Because we're going to watch it. We got to watch Show Enough. And we got to have El DeBarge singing in the background. To the beat of the rhythm of the night, right? We got to have that. But like I said, it's not a good movie. It's terrible. But it's so fun. Like, it's just, we just watch it because it's just there. It's just funny. I know everybody's like, it's a classic. You know what I mean? Anyways, we got to talk about some other stuff tonight. I want to talk about Forza Horizon 6 very quickly. So the word is Forza Horizon 6 is indeed going to be coming out in the first half of 2026. This is important. This is important. And the thing is, at first, you know, for like months and months and months, I was talking about it on XNC, and even here on this channel, I was talking about it saying, you know, it would make absolute sense, you know, like in the fall. I mean, you know, like probably September would make sense so that it's not in the way of Call of Duty and this and that. But let's also not forget at that time, Grand Theft Auto 6, Forza Horizon 6. I wonder if I was getting the names mixed up. Grand Theft Auto 6 was originally coming out in May. Right? And so that made a little bit more sense. You're like, okay, you got GTA 6 in May. You don't want to put Forza near there. And I was thinking to myself, okay, well, not to myself, even on the channel, I was talking about it and with Colt and saying, you know what, between August and September, I think would make the ultimate sense. Because then at that point, you put it out there, you put Gears after that, or maybe like you're going to have to flip between Modern Warfare 4 and Gears of War because they're both shooters. I know not the same idea, not the same game per se. However, they're still shooters. You want to separate them and give them some time to breathe. That being said, well, Grand Theft Auto decided to say, hey, guess what? We're in November now. Well, that's just messing everything up. So now what they're going to have to do is reshuffle, right? And that's why they don't give release dates, because you don't want to, you don't want to continuously everybody change the release dates based on Grand Theft Auto 6. But however, you do it internally. So what you do at that point, you say, okay, well, you know what? November 21st is GTA 6. Well, now we got a problem because, historically, Call of Duty comes out in November, right? And so, like, well, we're not going to release Call of Duty at the same time, or at least within throwing distance of GTA 6. Yes, once again, I understand they're not the same genre, but do you think that people are going to play Call of Duty over GTA 6? I know there'll be some people in the chat that'll be like, oh, no, me. Okay, but to be fair, you're the minority. You got it in 4K? The I Don't Care podcast says he got it in 4K. They're the Last Dragon. You get to see Shonuff in 4K. Amazing. We grew up on Bruce Leroy. Yes, man. So, anyways, now you got yourself a bit of a pickle. So what I would do, personally, I would release Gears end of August, beginning of September, like maybe right after Labor Day, right? Let everybody come back from their travels and up north and all that, all that bullshit, whatever. Or what, people traveling abroad and, long weekend vibes and all that stuff. Release Gears of War E-Day after Labor Day. But I'm talking right after Labor Day, very similar to how maybe even a week or so earlier than let's say Borderlands 4 dropped this year. I would drop it right after Labor Day, maybe the Tuesday after Labor Day. Boom, get it right out the gate. First day of school, all the kids are back at school, bang. Gears of War E-Day. A month later, right after Canadian Thanksgiving, let's say the second week of October, you drop Modern Warfare 4. That gives you a solid 5 weeks to breathe. Right? And then you got GTA 6 coming out November 21st. They are not going to delay again. That I can assure you. Canada Best, Fable is not coming out in 2026. I've said it a million times. I've never wavered. Fable is not coming out in 2026. If it does, I will be beyond shocked from what I've heard. And so anyways, that brings us to Forza Horizon 6. Where do you put Forza Horizon 6? Well, now that GTA 6 has left a giant gaping hole, in the spring, then you drop it in the spring. You drop it between April and May. Now, the thing is, March is a pretty heavy month. You got 007 in there. You've got Soros in there. There's a couple of other games in there. I can't remember all of them. There's so many games coming out in March, right? Resident Evil's dropping literally. I mean, you could basically say that Resident Evil Requiem is basically March because it comes out February 27th, and there's only 28 days or whatever the hell it is in February. I always get the leap year thing all messed up. It always screws up. It always screws me up. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, it's basically a March game. So within that like 3-week period, you've got 007, you've got Resident Evil Requiem, you've got Soros, and there's some other games coming out. I'm gonna look it up right now. March 2026 game releases. March. Let's take a look at it. Fatal Frame 2, okay. Monster Hunter Stories. Crimson Desert, holy shit. Is that true? Wow. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered, okay. Ghostmaster Resurrection, never even heard of you. Soros, Copa City, 007. Yeah, listen, March is a heavy month, man. Never Grace, The Witch and the Curse, okay. So, like, there's a bunch of big games in there, okay? So, you don't want to release too early in April. I would say towards the end of April, beginning of May, because there's nothing else really within arm's length of that. That's when you drop Forza Horizon 6. Forza Horizon 6, in the first half of that, in the what's it called? In the second quarter of 2026, beautiful time. Maximize profit, maximize sales, maximize engagement. Sales on Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. It's going to be primarily on PlayStation because the engagement, which is also incredibly important, the majority of engagement is going to be on Xbox and Xbox PC Game Pass. Right? So you're going to have all those people there too. Now, let's also not forget that very similar to Forza Horizon 5, I would imagine that they're going to have that like you could buy that deluxe edition, the upgrade. So if you have Game Pass Ultimate and you're going to be you want to play it like 3 days early or 5 days early, whatever the hell it is, and you want all the DLC that comes with it afterwards, then you buy that premium edition, so you pay that extra $30 or whatever it is, and you know how many they sold when they did Forza 5, and Forza 5 was like 3 years ago, whatever the hell it was, and people were buying the premium edition in droves, and it was only available on Xbox and PC at that time. This game is going to be massive. I'm telling you that right now. Massive. It's going to be a huge game. CyberGunter, I'll check it out, dude. Canada Best is asking about Prince of Persia. When's it coming out? Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell's going on with that game. I know that they had it ready, and they thought they had it ready. They released a trailer. It got absolutely trashed. Then they sent back, and they literally scrapped the project and started from the beginning. And apparently they're still working on it. So I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know why it's so fucking hard to put together the greatest Prince of Persia of all time. You literally have the blueprints in front of your face. It's not like you had to build a game from scratch. The bones of the project are right there, and you can't get your shit together. Like, come on, whoever this, I know it's Ubisoft, but like it's a bridge of like Ubisoft India or something. Guys, get it together. What are you doing over there?
You're fired.
I would have fired all of you. Listen, man, I'm a very lenient guy, but it gets to a point, dude, where like, you know what I mean? If you can't get it together, get it together. Anyways, back to Forza Horizon. Forza Horizon 6 is going to sell easily 10 million copies. Easily 10 million copies. I'm telling you that right now. 5 million PlayStation alone. They sold 3 million copies of Forza Horizon 5, and that game was already almost 3 years old at that point. And they sold 3 million copies, and we don't even know what the final number is. That was just like the first couple of weeks. What are we talking about here? You know what I mean? That's wild. First couple of weeks. So anyways. I think it'll be 10 million plus. It's going to be a huge game. And now that GTA 6 is completely out the way and everything else seems to be out of the way, they got the pick of the litter right now. Microsoft has the pick of the litter to put that right in there between, I would say, the end of April, beginning of May, somewhere in there. Somewhere within that target area, gold. Mwah, chef's kiss. You're going to make $1 billion off that game. Alex, I might be actually streaming the Game Awards live. I'm not 100% sure yet. But I mean, that's a long-ass show. We shall see how long the show is. or what kind of time I have, because I mean that's going to be a super long. And you know how it goes. Whenever they have like an award show or like a whatever, everybody and their mothers are streaming. But you know what? I might just do that too. So look for Forza Horizon in Q2 of 2026, which is fantastic. I look forward to that greatly. And I mean, that'll be a great community game as well. We can all play. We can all play together. You know, get everybody online, racing against each other, doing whatever. I think that's a great idea. I think I have a lot of fun with that. And listen, I'm a dirty racer, eh? So like, and I mean, I'm not dirty like I'm like a bad racer, but listen, man, if you know, some people get really touchy about that thing, no pun intended, when it gets to like racing. It's like, ugh, don't bump the cars. I'm like, it's an arcade racer, dude. If we're coming up on a right-hand turn and it's tight, and I'm drifting on the inside lane, you bet your ass I'm going to be brushing up against your car to make that turn, because I ain't slowing down. I'm going to come up to that turn. I'm going to start drifting, and I might just bump you. And like, I'm not going to knock you off the track. I'm not a monster, but I might bump up against the side of your car just to give me that leverage to take that turn, and I'm taking the lead. What do you think I'm going to do, like sit behind you, be all nice? It's not real life. Yeah, man, it'll be a lot of fun. I think it'll be great. And like I said, it'll be the springtime. There'll be a nice open alleyway, so to speak, where we've got an open laneway, an open laneway, no pun intended again, like from like basically May all the way to the fall, because I don't see anything major dropping in the summertime that's going to actually be of worth. Not of worth, that's not a nice thing to say, but like something that's like not really noteworthy. I don't really think we're going to see a whole lot of that. So we shall see what happens there. Now, not a whole lot to talk about these days, folks. It's a bit of a dry period. Even last night, Colt messaged me and he's like, what do you want to talk about on XNC? It's like, there's nothing going on. You know? However, let's have a conversation about Jeff Keighley's giant stone. Let's talk about the giant stone. Let's talk about the giant rock. The magic of the rock. They took Shankara stones. We got to talk about the rock. And not the rock. We're talking about the stone. We're talking about the teaser for the Game Awards. I know everybody's already talked about it ad nauseum or whatever, but we haven't talked about it here. We got to talk about it. Yeah, Canada Best, he said Jeff Keighley's a troll. Listen, he's a genius. He's a genius. Ernesto! How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the chat.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Yes, welcome to hell. Before we get into Jeff Keighley Stone, I got Me Puppet dropping a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Me Puppet. And then he says, another bad B movie is Kung Pao Enter the Fist is also entertaining. Absolutely. What a great movie. What a great movie. I love that movie. It's a bad movie, but it's fun. Thank you very much, Me Puppet. I appreciate the support, brother. Sabina Finest has actually nailed it. It's actually a huge statue of Phil Spencer and all his different personalities. As some of us in the industry know that he has multiple personality disorder. So like he's kind of like the guy from the the guy the Beast from those movies, where like he comes in as like a businesswoman one day, and then as a raving psychopath the next day, and then all of a sudden like later that day he comes in as a beast, and like he can he's actually been known to rip the doors off of offices and throw them across the room. It's a fact. I've heard about it. I also heard that Phil, when he gets into beast mode, he actually picks up people's cars in the parking lot and just starts throwing them around like the Hulk. Yeah, it's true. Amen. Hey, don't believe me. You don't have to believe me. I'm just telling you what I heard. Okay, so let's run through this, guys. Let's run through the options. Put them in the chat. What do you guys think? Put it one word. Name a game that you think it's going to be. Cyber Gunter wins the award, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually the Concord remake.
Here we go again.
That's right. Here we go again. So there's been talks about God of War. I don't see God of War there. Nor do I see any Egyptian lore. Sorry, I was trying to think of like a proper word. I don't see any Egyptian lore in there. However, if you guys are good, if you guys behave yourselves, I'll show you something I'm not supposed to show you. But I'm not putting it in the screen or anything else. I'll just show you from my phone. And I know some of you have already seen it, but, you know, show you again. A Noisy Mofo. I would love it to be Uncharted. I would love it to be Uncharted. You know what I was playing today for about an hour? Tomb Raider Legend. Because what I did, we're going to talk about Red Dead Redemption Remake in just a moment. Just briefly. I'm just going to kind of glaze over it. I went to PlayStation Plus, like on my screen or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I got to download. Alex actually had messaged me, and he goes, Mag, are you going to be streaming Red Dead Redemption? I'm like, I never answered him because I was like, I was in the middle of doing something. And I'm like, let me see. So I went over to download it. And lo and behold, that remastered version is there. You don't have to pay for it if you already own the game, but the thing is, if you have PlayStation Plus, you actually can download the game for free. That comes with the remake and everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's all, not remake, excuse me, with the remaster and all of its assets right there. You don't have to pay an extra dime for it. So I'm like, that is a huge bonus. So anyways, I went there to go download it. It didn't take long to download. It was only like 14 gigs or something like that. So anyways, I went over to play it, and I'm like, holy shit, this is amazing. But we'll get into that in a minute. However, right next to it was Tomb Raider Legend. And I remember from back in the day, Tomb Raider Legend was one of my favorite Tomb Raiders back then before the reboot trilogy happened, right? And I adored Tomb Raider Legend. And I'm like, you know what? It's like 7 gigs. Let me just download it. Let me see what it's all about. It took like 3 minutes. Because I got that ridiculous fiber internet, right? And anyways, I downloaded it and I started playing it. And I was just like, God damn it, we really need another, like, I know Tomb Raider's coming. I could talk about that for a moment, too, later on. I'm like, we really need a new Tomb Raider / Uncharted, like, now. The gaming industry is sorely lacking. I know Indiana Jones came out, but that was a little bit different. It wasn't the same vibe. It was a different experience. Yes, you were still doing the tomb thing and, of course, the traps and all that kind of stuff, but it was just not... and it had some set pieces and things like that, but it was like, it still wasn't Tomb Raider Uncharted, right? And that's fine, because it was a different kind of game. It wasn't supposed to be Tomb Raider Uncharted. It's supposed to be an Indiana Jones game, and that's totally fine. I know that those other two IPs were based on that, and what I'm saying right now probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's still a different feel, and I'm like, I'm playing Tomb Raider Legend, and I'm like, I would kill for this right now. You know, with like, let me look at this temple, and how the hell am I going to get from A to B? You know, moving the rocks, jumping over here, ledges there, bing, bang, boom, doing all this, climbing up that, the traps, the this, the that. It's a different experience. You know what I mean? Like Uncharted, same thing. You get into like this big room, a big map, and you're looking at it and going, okay, shit, I got to get to the top of that statue of Vishnu or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. And then you're moving on from there. Yeah, Glinzer, there you go. He's in the chat. Tomb Raider Legend was a 10 out of 10. Toby's even saying the same thing. Yes, Mag, I love Tomb Raider Legend on PC. So this might be like the PC, well, not the PC version, but something similar because you're playing on better hardware, so. The Bean, how you doing, buddy? And he's saying Indiana Jones was so much fun. It was fun, but it was different. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different experience. And I'm playing that game, and I'm just like, this is what we need. We need more. I need this back in my life, right? Canada best. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people are going to sit there and say, you're not really making much sense. It's like you're describing Indiana Jones. Yes and no, because when I played Indiana Jones, it didn't feel like a Tomb Raider game / like there were moments, there were glimpses of like Tomb Raider / Uncharted, but it wasn't those games, and I was okay with it because it's not supposed to be exactly the same as those games, right? Like a lot of those games, it's about the traversal, whereas like Indiana Jones, it wasn't really it wasn't about the traversal. It was about being able to navigate through areas, you know, without getting seen or this and that, taking dudes out, solving the puzzles and stuff like that, where I'm a big fan of like the parkour sort of like traversal thing, right? Like I love that kind of stuff. And Indie wasn't about that. Indie was more about the grounded aspects of tomb raiding, so to speak, right? Does that make any sense? Like are you guys kind of vibing my you guys kind of catching my vibe here, what I'm trying to say? Arrow Nation, probably not. Not tonight. So anyways. What are we talking about? We got sidetracked. Jeff Keighley Stone. So some people saying God of War, and I'm like, no, doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense to me. Because I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, there's nothing here that screams Egyptian. They're like, oh, well, there's like ghouls and dead bodies and like demons and shit like that. I'm like, okay, but that wasn't part of Egyptian mythology. If you know anything about North African mythology, they may have believed in some of those things, but it wasn't certainly presented that way. So, like, it doesn't really make much sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had, like, Anubis, the god of the dead. Like, they brought them down. It's not the same. Surprised one of my Sphinx cats hasn't shown up yet. So, some people are saying Elden Ring 2. Maybe. I don't know. Could be a new IP entirely. Could be something that we've never even heard of. Someone last night actually put a message out there on Reddit and saying, hey, actually, if you look at this, that, and the other, he gave all these examples. And one of the things he gave an example where he goes, there's a bear in there that has human hands and all this other kind of stuff. And he goes, you look at some of the other symbology, it actually matches up with Altered Beast. And I thought that was actually quite clever. And I was like, oh, Altered Beast? That's pretty interesting. Didn't Lords of the Fallen 2 already come out? I thought Lords of the Fallen 2 already happened. Or am I mistaken? Someone help me out in the chat. So anyways, this Altered Beast thing, and I'm like, okay, let me just kind of go down that rabbit hole. Let's just entertain the idea of Altered Beast, okay? All right, let's just entertain the idea. And so now when you think about it, 2 years ago, Sarah Bond was on a train and she took a picture of the Sega building, right? And she's like, oh, making moves or whatever the hell she was doing. And then found out after the fact that actually that Microsoft and Sega have a partnership with their IP revival. Not Game Pass, but IP revival. They're going to help them out with that and, of course, marketing and promotion and all that kind of shit and whatever. And then they're going to revitalizing their old IPs with like remakes. Not remasters, with actual remakes from the ground up. In terms of what kind of budget they're throwing at this thing, not really 100% sure. But like, games like Crazy Taxi, Altered Beast, who knows what else, right? I know Crazy Taxi was definitely mentioned, but then you think about that and you're like, Altered Beast, yeah, you never know. And so seeing that Sarah Bond was down in Japan a couple of years ago is 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, I keep rubbing like under my nose here. It's because like my mustache was getting itchy. It's not because I'm a cokehead, okay? Like, doing all this. Oh, man, I need my fix, bro. Start rubbing my teeth. Ah! No, I'm not. No, I don't do coke. But I bet you someone else there is probably sitting there going, what the hell's that guy doing? He's constantly rubbing under his nose there, man. Is he fiending for some coke right now? And of course, yeah, you had Jez talk about Diablo. Then of course you had I was about to say Jason Ronald, Jason Schreier. We're not talking about Gandalf.
You shall not pass!
No, Jason Schreier, not Jason Ronald. And Jason Schreier said it's not Diablo, it's something else, whatever. And he goes, so it's going to be good or whatever. I'm like, all right, cool. Okay, so we've eliminated Diablo 4. Okay, an expansion for Diablo. And so like, all right, cool. We got that out of the way. No, Cyber Gunter, I don't think Hellblade 3 is coming, dude. Hellblade 2 did not do well. It's a good enough game for what it was, but it did not do well. Canada best, your nose is bleeding, Mag. No, not yet. Yeah, the bean, sure, amigo, yeah. Canada Best is saying, I like Altered Beast, but it's too niche for a tease like that. Maybe. But the thing is, like, here's the thing. I don't want to work up myself too much with this tease, because what if it's something that, like, it's not going to be that big of a deal, and people are getting whipped up into a frenzy about this thing, and, like, at that point, I have to start saying, I'm expecting disappointment, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean that in a negative way. It's always best to, like, lower your expectations, right? I always say it's the Star Wars Episode 1 effect. George Lucas talked about it in the late 90s before the movie came out, when he was talking to the magazine there that he always does, he does an expose about his new movies. And when he was about to release Episode 1, he says, he said fans are not gonna like, not all the fans are gonna like it, and then they're like shocked, and then he was right though, and then they're like, well, why? And he's like, I can't match people's 15 years of expectation. He said, because people create all this stuff in their mind and they go wild with it, and this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and not everything can happen like that. Right? You're not going to be able to match everybody's expectations. So therefore, I've learned from that experience, and I say to myself, you know what? George Lucas was 100% right. He was 100% right. You can't match that expectation. So I think that at this point, I think my personal feeling is that if this is not a huge game, then Jeff Keighley's done his job. He's created a frenzy around this tease, and what's that going to do? It's going to get even more people to tune in to the show, right? That's what you do. He's a hype man, right? He's a hype man for his own show. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. So he's done his job. That's what I think anyway. I think he's done his job. And so, like, now even more people are going to be talking about it. Yeah, Fuzzy Tomato. We've clarified that. Yeah, it's not Diablo. Now, the first thing that came to my head was Saros. It looks like a Saros kind of thing, because when you watch that trailer and there was that really scary looking gigantic alien monster thing that looked like Vishnu, with the many arms. If anybody knows Indian religion, Hindu specifically, right? You got the Vishnu with all the multiple arms going like open up those eyes. It's scary as hell, man. It scares the shit out of me, that thing. So anyways, there's all of that. So my first guess was Saros, and that was all there was to it. But I'm like, yeah, but the thing is, everybody already knows that Saros is coming out. They've released 2 trailers for Saros already. One with gameplay, one was just a teaser, one with gameplay. Why would you create this whole frenzy around a game that everybody already knows about? So, like, just if you think logically for a second, it doesn't make any sense. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just something I'm thinking about. It's just something I can't really shake, that I don't think it's that. So some of the other ones that people are saying in the chat, new Time Splitters game. Hey, you never know. Hey, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, how you doing, buddy?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Lost Boys in the chat, how you doing, buddy? I love seeing all these new names here. Like, even if you're not a new viewer, like, I don't see all the names all the time in the chat. But sometimes it lives in the man. When I see a name that's different, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know that guy. So, you know what I mean? Could be that. The Altered Beast one is very cool, though. Very cool. I like that idea. And I know it seems to be more of a niche product or whatever, but if you market a new game right, new game / old game, you know what I mean? Then I think that you have a possibility. You market it right. You can say, oh, it's for old people. They played that in the 80s. What are you even talking about? If it's a new game, you could market it as a new game for an entirely new generation, assuming that it's quality. I think that Altered Beast can absolutely do that if you, A, have a great product. That's number one. And number two, once you have that great product, you got to market it properly. Right? Alex is playing Black Ops 7 right now. Yeah, go ahead, man. Have fun. New Far Cry, Ben Angelo saying? Titanfall 3? No, not yet. It is coming, but not for a very long time. Zampella's got his hands full. And you know what? It may not even ever come out at all at this point. Like, I'm starting to think that maybe their trajectory has changed as well. Like, their business plan over at EA, based on EA and, of course, now their new investors being the Saudis, their focuses may have changed. And that's something that we have to also address on a regular basis, folks, that people, when we come out and say these things, whether it's myself, whether it's Rand, whether it's Colt, whether it's Hip Hop Gamer, it could be Paris, it could be anybody, and says, hey, by the way, this is what we heard that's going on over here. Those plans change all the time based on what? Performance. Performance. Because then, as Samuel L. Jackson has so eloquently said in Die Hard 3, you could stick your well-laid plans up your well-laid ass. Remember, his name was Zeus in that movie, by the way. It's the dopest name ever. Right? So, you can have all the plans in the world, all the leaks in the world get out to the insiders and the leakers and the inside guys and whatever else and the people I talk to and all that stuff. And it gets out there, but then all of a sudden they're like, well, it actually didn't perform well. So, you know what? Scrap it. We're not doing it, or whatever, right? So these things happen. Or, you know what? It actually is doing incredibly well. However, we're going to change direction and we're going to do this. We're going to focus on this now because now that's going to make us even more money and this and that. So now in terms of Zampella, the success of Battlefield 6 and, of course, their aspirations, whether this happens or not is entirely up to them. Yeah, D. Do I look Puerto Rican to you? Dr. Killshot. Dr. Killshot. What a name. I love that. Yes, Dr. Killshot, we talked about it earlier, the Steam on PS6. Yes, I kind of presented a little bit of both of what I'm thinking, like it does make sense and doesn't make sense, but the does make sense part is just like kind of like, well, I think they're just trying to see what the competition is up to because there's a Steam machine out there. Xbox is going to have Steam. The ROG Ally has Steam. And I figure Sony has to look at that and say, okay, well, what are our options? What are our options in terms of that, right? So I think there's some of that too. So we shall see. We shall see. And we got Snowdragon dropping a $5 super chat. There we go. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. And Snowdragon says, I am getting a new AMD 9070 XT graphics card delivered tomorrow, and I don't care who knows it. Well, dude, with the money you spent with that, I'm amazed you had any money left over for a super chat. I'm just busting your chops. Thank you so much, Snowdragon, for the support, man. I appreciate you, brother. Canada Best, thank you, my friend. So, anyways, we're gonna have to find out. Getting back to the Jeff Keighley stone. I know. Like, you know, hey man, guys, this is the Mag Show. You guys know what I'm talking about here, okay? I go off on 8 different subjects all at once. That's the way it goes. But somehow I Tarantino that shit and bring it all back to the beginning. That's what we do. But anyways, I was talking about Zampella. With the success of Battlefield 6 being a monstrous success, bigger than I think they had actually anticipated. And, of course, Zampella's also working on the Jedi Survivor 3, whatever the hell it's going to be called. The new Jedi game. He's working on that one, the 3rd installment, right? And then, of course, again, like I was saying, their aspirations to release an annual Battlefield, which I think is a fucking mistake. A mistake! Yeah! Because you know what's going to end up happening? You're going to overwhelm these studios. They're going to be forced to crank out bullshit like Call of Duty does in Activision when they crank out their half-assed sausage factory every single year. You realize, by the way, like between Black Ops 7 and Modern Warfare 4 is only going to be 11 months, maybe even 10 months. Because you know they're not going to release it in November. They're going to have to release it early because of Grand Theft Auto 6. It's fucking ridiculous. So don't do, you know what I mean?
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
You can't do it. So theoretically, from launch of Black Ops 7 to Modern Warfare 4 could be only 10 months. That is ridiculous. Battlefield, do not do it. Keep your product the way you've been doing it. Maybe release it every couple of years, but certainly don't make it an annualized product. What I would suggest, and what is something that they've done in the past, but maybe put even more support behind it, is do a large expansion that makes it feel like a new game. For example, Battlefield 5 was World War II. The year later when it launched, they had a massive expansion, which I was happy to pay for, was the Pacific War expansion in Japan and the islands and all that shit. It was amazing. And you release a massive expansion every year that's damn near the size of the original game. Well, maybe not. Maybe like half the size of the game or whatever, like a regular full release, right? But anyways, because of the popularity and because of Zampella's Midas touch, I think that at this point, it's a no-brainer that they're going to keep him after he's done Jedi 3, which he's obviously overseeing. They've got him now. They're like, nah, bro, you full-time Battlefield now. You are our money man. And he'll be like, well, I guess kind of, I'm just making it up, but that's not what he sounds like. And he's just like, well, I want to expand my, they're like, dude, shut the fuck up. Here's $25 million. The Saudis will give him a $25 million bonus. And Zampella will be like, no problem. Battlefield it is, baby. Until I'm dead. They don't care. Ted DiBiase said it in the 80s. Every man has his price. You throw that money at Zampella, listen, they're going to be like, listen, dude, shut the fuck up. All right? We don't care about your artistic integrity, okay? Make us billions of dollars. You make incredible products. You kicked ass with Battlefield. Every game you release is gold. Okay? Ving Rhames said it in Pulp Fiction. Fuck pride. When he was getting Bruce Willis to take the fall for that fight? Just take the fall. You know that the Saudis are going to pay you. Like, dude, here's your $25 million bonus, okay? Just keep making Battlefield and shut up. And he'll be like, yes, sir. You know why? Because then he's going to have like 3 vacation homes, one in the Rockies. He's going to have a house in Martha's Vineyard. A nice little beach house in Malibu and driving around in his Lamborghini and all that kind of shit. You think he's going to care? No, he's going to take care of himself. That's what happens. For the win. How you doing, buddy? Yes, Jedi 3 is in development. Yes, they are definitely doing a Jedi 3. It is in development. So anyways, that being the case, I think Zampella is now going to be the Battlefield guy. I mean, he's got the history and the pedigree to do it, right? The original Modern Warfare trilogy, Titanfall, Apex Legends, the Jedi series, Battlefield 6. What are we talking about? Everything this guy touches is gold. He also did Medal of Honor too. Come on, man. The guy's amazing, right? Ion Storm, God bless you, buddy. So anyways, we're going to have to wait, 10 days now? Whatever the hell it is. When is the Game Awards? Anybody remember the exact day? I always forget. For some reason, I thought it was next Thursday. December 11th. That is. Okay, I was right. It's next Thursday. So it's 9 days from now. So in 9 days, we're going to find out what the hell this stone is all about. And like I said, listen, I'm not saying... Don't misquote me or don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't get excited. And I'm not saying temper your expectations either. But I'm saying don't put too much into it. We'll just sit back, watch the show. Let's see what happens. Maybe I will live stream it that night. We'll see. I might live stream it that night. Why not? I'll make it on the big screen and then I'll put me in the little corner. As opposed to putting it small in the corner and me in the big screen. I'll flip it around. I'll probably do that. No, Canada Best, we will not get a sneak peek of the Xbox Magnus. They may announce something, but you're not going to see anything. It's not even, they're not even close. Not even remotely close. These guys are still in, virtual stage. And what I mean by that is, the Tony Stark stage. I talked about it last night on XNC. They're at the Tony Stark stage. Where Tony Stark has, everything in virtual and, he's, building it in the virtual world with the AR glasses and shit. That's what they're doing right now. They're not even close to actually putting something together. And that's how it goes. All right, Toby, thank you very much for stopping by, man. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much, Toby. That was kind of what I was trying to say. Thank you for the support, brother, and thank you for coming by tonight. I appreciate you. Jesse James, I never even said hi to you, buddy. How you doing, man?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
You never know. You never know. You never know, Jesse James. You never know. Could be a nothing burger. Could be something smaller. And that's why I'm saying that, like, all of a sudden it's like, and it's this. And everybody's like, what the fuck was that? You know what I mean? Yeah, so Canada Best, I wouldn't expect anything. I wouldn't expect any talk about that. Mr. Michael Beach. You sound like a villain from Miami Vice. I don't think they'll be delayed. It'll be the pricing that's going to be the issue. And that's why Mr. Michael Beach, if you weren't here at the beginning of the show, what I was talking about is that I do have at least confirmation now that the price range that they have proposed is between $8.99 and $11.99 US dollars for the next gen Xbox. And they left a $300 window in there based on how much parts could cost by then. The AI bubble may burst by then, or they might just take over the world and kill us all. But we have no idea. We have no idea. You guys remember the same shit happened during the crypto thing? Remember the crypto craze? Well, of course it was too late. Like, everybody was too late. It was too late. Because when I was supposed to do something about it, it was years before anybody even knew what crypto was. And of course, like a fucking idiot, I didn't do anything about it because I thought it was my brother and I was like, that's a pyramid scheme, dude. That's literally a scam. And then like 3 years later, all those guys became billionaires. So yeah, it's the same thing. So like, I know one of the crypto guys, like one of the big ones, and what he was doing, he's one of the creators of Bitcoin, and like he was buying up literally entire floors of building full of servers, and on hardware. And they were just like stockpiling and hoarding all that stuff. And then it burst eventually, and then everything kind of like, and then you remember that, and then everything, and all the PC parts started to skyrocket and all that other bullshit, and then it started affecting consoles and everything else and phones and blah blah blah. And then it kind of leveled out. The bubble burst, it leveled out, and then everything was fine. Let's also not forget this is still 2 years away. So the bubble may burst a lot earlier than that. So I mean, it could be a year and a half. I know some analysts have said some analysts have theorized that it could be 5 to 10 years. I don't believe that for 1 minute, because the crypto craze, even when it was 100% too late, is that when everybody's getting into the crypto craze, that affected prices for maybe a year or so. So I think by that time, I think by 2027, it'll all be fixed by then, and I think it'll still stay in the range of where we are now, but I would still expect, I mean, Jesus Christ, they released a ROG Xbox Ally X for $1,000 US dollars, and that was before a shortage. So I would still expect somewhere between $7 for both consoles. Let's say for PS6 and for Project Magnificent, I would say somewhere between $700 and $1,100. Expect in that range. With the shortage or without a shortage. I don't think it's going to put anything in development hell. It's just going to cost a lot more money. However, there's no way that Microsoft and all these other companies did not see this shit coming. They purposefully didn't like bulk up on the stuff for now because they don't want people buying the Xbox Series consoles. I'm telling you, they're trying to push you out of there. When someone threatens them and goes, I'm going to PC, you son of a bitch. Hold on a second. I'm going to PC, you son of a bitch. I ain't buying no Xbox. And then Microsoft is like, oh my God, we're so sad. Please don't leave Please don't leave the Xbox console and go to PC, which is what we really want behind the scenes. They're pushing you away from the consoles. The only reason why they're doing a next-gen console is because, yes, they still have a dedicated fan base, but they're also doing it just for accessibility, so people can't give them shit saying, I have 25 years of games, and I still want to have access to them because that's what you promised. So they're going to say, well, you know what? Here you go. We're giving you a machine to do that, but you're going to pay through the fucking nose for it. But you can't call us liars because we gave you a product that you could go back and play 3 generations of Xbox plus future games of Xbox, which you're not actually playing Xbox. You're playing the PC version game of Xbox, right? They didn't stock up now because they had no intention of stocking up on hardware. Their hardware is down 29% on a consistent basis and getting lower by the day. Started at 16% loss, now up to 29% loss. Do you think they're going to buy up anything right now? No. They want accessibility. That's what it's all about. I've said this a million times. It's about accessibility. Microsoft has a different game plan now. PlayStation still needs to sell their hardware because it's the access to their storefront. Nintendo needs to sell their hardware because that's the only access point to their storefront. Yes, there are some PlayStation games on Steam, but 99.9% of all of their product is available through, and of course their access to their store 100% is through a PlayStation. So their business model has not changed, and I do not see that changing in the near future. Microsoft, on the other hand, lost at that war. Whatever, you want to call that a war. That business model. So what do? They say, well, we're going to take a different road. It doesn't mean it's game over for Xbox. It's not. It's never going to be. It just means that they've chosen accessibility as opposed to the traditional business model that we have known that's been going on for about 50 years. Well, let's say like 48 years, right? With Pong and on, right? Okay, so we'll say 50. So they just chose a different avenue. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's totally cool. It's like, all right, you guys are doing something different. But you know how people are. They get all crazy and stuff, and they start fighting. And, you know, only a Sith deals in absolutes. Remember that, folks. Obi-Wan Kenobi, 2005. So, like, you know what I mean? So, like, they chose accessibility as opposed to traditional whatever. So, therefore, it wasn't going to really affect Microsoft that much because they had no... What do you think? They're going to start bulking up and buying Series X's that no one's buying? Are you out of your mind? That doesn't make any sense. They're like, listen, man, if you want Xbox, access it on your smart TV. Access it on your monitor. Access it on maybe an Xbox that you already have. Access it on your tablet, your phone, your whatever. Right? Your PC. If you have a PC... You don't even need a powerful one. Use the cloud. It's fine. Totally cool. You can access it there, right? So there are I know I say access a lot right now, but there are accessibility points that Microsoft have placed in front of you in order to access that. So therefore, this shortage wasn't going to affect them in the short term. It's going to affect them in the long term. But we're not 100% sure how long this AI situation is going to go on before the bubble bursts, and maybe it may be a problem, maybe it won't be a problem. We don't know. We have to sit back and wait. It's kind of like Steam on PS6. We could talk to we're blue in the face about it, but we're not going to know shit until it actually happens. So that's kind of a situation. You know what I mean? It's kind of a situation too. I don't know, man. Sorry, that was a bit of a rant. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And we got Meat Puppet.
Donation.
Meat Puppet, thank you so much, brother. And he drops a $5 super chat. He says, Mag, do you think the statue is related to Twisted Metal, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Twisted Metal, that's a bit of a stretch, bro. It's a bit of a stretch. I mean, like, I know Calypso is sort of like this mystery. We don't know if he's supernatural or if he deals with the devil, or is he the devil? You know, and like maybe those like twisted bodies we saw in there could be the devil. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, it could be. It could be. But we don't know. We don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out. Like I said, we got 9 days, guys. We got 9 days. It's not that long. We got 9 days to figure this whole thing out. And I mean, we don't have to really figure out anything. We can just go watch the show. Right? I mean, what else can we do? I don't know. What else do you guys want to talk about? I think I pretty much exhausted the whole situation right now, folks. There's not really much else I can say. Like I said, it's kind of a quiet week and whatever. I mean, there's always stuff to talk about, but I mean, like, there's not like major news happening right now and that kind of thing. So, you know, And actually, we actually passed the 2-hour mark, which is actually quite remarkable. I'm just looking at my stupid face on the third screen over here. Oh, we got another super chat in there. I didn't even see that. Thank you so much. It's Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat. My goodness, thank you so much, my friend. He drops a 5 Australian dollars. Thank you, brother. And he says, Mag, since they're pushing more PC, how long do you think the next PC console from Microsoft will last? I would expect a 10-year life cycle on that. So I would think it'll take you till 2037. Easily. Because the other thing is, too, let's also not forget, they still have the series consoles out now. Now, I know that they said they're not promoting it because they're kind of like hoping that everybody kind of leaves it behind because they're like, okay, it didn't really work out. Yes, there are still a lot of people there, but it didn't really work out the way we wanted. I'm sure they'd be really upset if everybody just walked away from the series consoles and went over to PC, which has been their goal from, like, you know, for the last 5 years anyway. But, you know, what are you going to say? So I would think that the series consoles going into the next generation will still be supported in one way or another, at least until the 2030s. And that is pretty indicative of what's been happening in this generation, Grandpa Barbecue, is that, like, up until now, I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm playing Black Ops 7 in 2025, and they still have it on PS4 and Xbox One. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about here? Hey, big boy Barry, how you doing, buddy? Like, what are we talking about? I'm still playing games that are accessible and available on Xbox One and PS4. And then, of course, even on the PlayStation 5 side, you have PS4 and PS5 versions. Like, when you buy a game, it'll say, do you want to download the PS4 version or the PS5 version? I mean, that happened for like 3 into almost 4 years into the generation for the most part. Right? So, like, you know, that, like, the same thing is going to happen in this generation as well. So if these things come out in the fall of 2027, I would think that if you have no plans to upgrade your series consoles, specifically if you're talking about Xbox, those series consoles will be available to play into the 2030s. And by then, they may even be able to utilize it as a cloud machine, so you still get the accessibility of the Xbox ecosystem with those consoles. So you may not be playing native games on there. You might be playing cloud versions on there. However, those boxes will act as a cloud box. You see what I'm getting at? Jesse James, don't go Scorn 2, because Scorn 1 was the most ridiculous game I've ever played in my life. Yeah, Voyager 88, you're probably not wrong. GTA 6 will probably be the official cutoff. But you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I also heard that Black Ops 6 was the last of the last generation Call of Duties. And here we are, fast forward a year later, and guess what? Black Ops 7 is still available for last generation, even though we were told that indeed it wasn't going to be. You know what I mean? So who the hell knows? Castlevania, not bad. P, Pushing Polygons, how you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while. Mag, what about Castlevania? Yeah, you never know. And you know what? I loved those old Castlevania games. You guys remember the ones like, never mind the old ones, like the ones we played back in the 80s. I'm talking about the Castlevanias that came out in the 360 era. You guys remember those ones? Like, one I think was just called Castlevania, and that was amazing. And then they had a sequel which wasn't as good. I didn't like the other sequel. It wasn't that great. But man, it was like the other ones though, fantastic. So I don't know. We shall see. Listen, man. Like I said before, I've said it a million times tonight on the show. We still got 9 days, guys. Sorry, I was just checking something on the other screen. So forgive me for like staring off that way. I got to figure out another way to have I've got 3 monitors here, and the like trying to like negotiate all of that and looking at it. But the problem is I like the camera here, and the reason why I like the camera here is because I can look at it like this, and the other reason why is so that you can get a portion of the arcade behind me. You know what I mean? Whoop, let me just get a little more Mortal Kombat in there. There you go. Like, I like that. I like the having the arcade in the backdrop or whatever else. Because if I put the camera here, you're just going to face two machines on the back wall. And then I've got another neon sign on the wall that says, "Don't bother me, I'm gaming." It's actually really nice. No, it wasn't top-downish. It wasn't top-downish, D. It was actually like just a third-person, like God of War kind of game where you were like running around, like it was a third-person action game, kind of like a Dante's Inferno or one of those kind of games, or like a God of War 2018 kind of vibe. Yeah, Lords of Shadow. God damn it, those games were good. I mean, the second one not as good, but the first one was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hero Nation mag frame needs more head. More for my head. Yeah, my big stupid head. Hey, man, listen, I wore hats all the time, whatever. And everybody's like, "No, don't wear the hat. It's hiding your face." And I'm like, "Do you really want to see my face?" And then all of a sudden you look at it and there's just this big bald idiot sitting here staring at you. So, you know, it is what it is. You asked for it. Now you got it. I can't help you. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to just take a quick bathroom break here. And I'll be right back. Nice try, Mr. Michael Beach. He's like, "Quick, let's raid the fridge and get all the beer and chips while he's gone." What do you think I went to go get? Hey, Stone Rambo, how you doing? Listen, guys, the show is over. However, because I love you guys so much, we didn't reach the super chat goal tonight, which I put in the chat there. For some reason, it says 4 out of 10, but I definitely got more than 4 super chats tonight. And I said, and I put in the goal. Oh, that's why. I am such an idiot. I am such an idiot. I set the timer, and I didn't realize that I set the timer for only halfway through the show. So I'm like, well, I got way more than 4 super chats. And the reason why is because I set the timer like an idiot, and it ended halfway through the show. So all the other super chats did not go towards the goal. So it didn't count it towards the goal. And what I put in there, I said, we'll have a couple of drinks and we'll have some Q&A. Jesse James, we all piss in the sink. You know it. I know it. You don't have to lie about it. Explore, very interesting point. He said it's funny how people expect 7-year console cycles when they used to be way shorter. Example, the original Xbox was 4 years before the Xbox 360. Yes. Yes and no. Because then you look at some of the other generations, like how long was it between PS1 and PS2? Do anybody know offhand? I mean, I know we could just look this shit up, but like PS1 launch year. Let's check it out. December 3rd, 94. And let's go with PS2 6 years later. All right. So that seems, yeah, you're not wrong. So I think somewhere between like 4 to 7 years is basically it. I mean, look at Xbox One and what's it called? And the Xbox Series consoles. That was 7 years. 2013, right? November 2013 to November 2020. That was a 7-year wait. Like, that was wild. All right, guys, we're in the after show now, so let's have some fun. Show's over. Anybody doesn't want to like sit here and talk about stuff? Whatever. But we're here just to have some fun now, and we're gonna have some beer too. Hey, Mr. Michael Beach, thank you so much, buddy. He drops a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. He goes, here's some filthy American dollars towards that goal. Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Beach. You are amazing. I appreciate you, buddy. Yes, thank you so much. And 78 Ink, right hot off his tail, he drops a $10 super chat, and he says, I'm going to call it Altered Beast. It's the surprise game to be announced. Also, hope this helps for the goal. You guys are amazing. You didn't really have to do that, but thank you so much, man. I appreciate both of you guys. I appreciate all of you guys. Unbelievable. Look at all this color coming in right now, folks. And we got Glinzer hot off his heels dropping a $5 super chat. And he says, console gens are lasting longer because graphical leaps aren't what they used to be. Think PS1 to PS2. I also agree with that. However, the funny thing is that it seems though, hold on, Glinzer, I'm going to say a thank you very much for the $5 super chat, guys. Appreciate that. 78 Ink and Mr. Michael Beach. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Oh, Voyager 88, I'm already a few beers ahead of you. Dude, listen, man. After I finished my Thanksgiving on Saturday, we drank till 4:20 a.m. And no, there was no significance to the fact that it was 4:20. It just happened to be till 4:20 in the morning. Yes, I'm 50 years old. Yes, we party like rock stars. We still do. I mean, we don't do anything stupid, but like, whatever. No, Contraband has not found a new publisher, Magnum. Guys, put your questions in the chat, whether it's super chats or regular chats. I will read them both and answer them as best as I can. And plus, I promised you guys, if we go in overtime, which we are in overtime, I'm going to show you something I shouldn't. And I know some of you guys have already seen it, because if you've already watched MAGGCAST in the past, I have shown it. But I'll show any of the newcomers. I will show you again. Anyways, back to Glinzer's super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, yes, to address his super chat when he was talking about consoles because of the graphical leaps aren't what they used to be. You're not wrong there. However, the technology has been increasing in cadence release. So, for example, like new graphics cards seem to come out like every friggin' year or like every year and a half or whatever. Like, it's accelerating. And there's a documentary that came out years and years and years ago. It's called The Third Wave. And what it is that they talked about, I watched it many years ago, but it's so prevalent to today that it's actually quite amazing how accurate they were. And what it was about was how the government, for example, corporations, everything else, they have technology that's actually 50 years into the future by consumer standards. Right? Now, they may have been exaggerating a little bit, but they still said that they had technology that was like 50 years advanced than what we actually get as a consumer. And he says that the reason why they can't release the technology in the speed in which they have produced it or have created or invented it is because it would be so jarring for the public that there's no way that we would be able to comprehend some of the technologies that they have invented or have gotten from aliens. But either way, the point is, yes, I said that, by the way. Fucking sue me. Oh, it's so good when it touches your lips. Now, the other reason why is also to maximize profit. So let's just say, okay, let's not say 50 years. Let's say 10 years, okay? So you have technology that's 10 years advanced from what we have right now. So like everybody's like, oh, I got a 5090 this and that, whatever. They probably got like an 1190 God knows what the frig, like Gandalf has got over into... You know what I mean? Gandalf over at Microsoft there has got, who knows what hell he's working with, or what they got behind the scenes, or what they got in prototype, or what they have in their secret labs, right? With the little gray men working with Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella. Or maybe Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella are actually lizard people and they just wear human skins when they're out in public. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out one day. But anyways, the point is that they also want to maximize profits. So why would you release technology from 10 years from now when you can slowly and release it slowly in increments over 10 years and charge $3,000 every graphics card that comes out and make billions and trillions, right? So it's a bit of both. I hope, Glinzer, I kind of like answered that a little bit, dude. Grumpy Old Fart drops a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. And he says, MAGGCAST Extended Edition. Hell yeah, we're doing it. Astrobot news. No. I know that has come up a few times, and I haven't heard a damn thing from anybody. I haven't heard a damn word from anybody about Astrobot going to Xbox or anything like that. I think at this point, we're just going to have to come to the conclusion that it just isn't coming. No, I could be 100% wrong. It may actually happen. But I've heard nothing from my people, and I've heard nothing from anybody inside of Microsoft. And those guys tell me shit. You know what I mean? Stuff they shouldn't, but they tell me anyway. And I know Phil Spencer. I know Phil Spencer probably freaks the frig out when he whenever I say something, or somebody else says something. He goes, "How the fuck does this guy always know?" Or he's probably sitting around the office, like when they have their meetings, and he's probably sitting there, like looking at each person, going, "I wonder who said something." But anyways, I know, like I said, I know some of you channel members and people who've been watching the MAGGCAST for a little while. They already know this because I've shown it before. However, for any newcomers who haven't seen it yet, I have the 3D rendered art. You're only going to see this here first, folks. But first, before I even do that, let's build up a little anticipation. I've got Aero Mother Fuzzin' Nation! Holy mackerel, ladies and gentlemen. The guy drops a 10 bomb in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. Aero Nation, you are on fire, dude. Thank you so much. He sent 10 gifted members. Unbelievable. Look at all these new maggots that just joined this nightmare.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Get in there and fight! Get in there and fight, maggot!
Get in there and fight, maggots. Y'all are maggots now. Oh, Jets fan for life. Dude, I have to cross myself. I'm sorry that you're a Jets fan for life. Listen, man. No offense. I'm just busting your balls. But anyways, listen, man. I'm telling you right now. I watched the Buffalo Bills lose 4 straight Super Bowls, okay? So it's your turn now. I mean, I know that you guys haven't won a Super Bowl in God knows how long, but I mean, it's your turn to suffer just as much as I suffered. But, oh my God, Aero Nation, you're absolutely amazing. And listen, man, Aero Nation, you better knuckle up. You better knuckle up. Because we are going to get that Call of Duty Black Ops 7 Easter egg. I don't give a shit what it takes to do it. We're going to do it. And by the way, just so you know, Aero Nation, I looked it up last night. Once you run through it once or twice, most people can actually finish it in under an hour. So that's actually not that bad. I know the average is about an hour and a half, but there's some guys who finish it in like 48 minutes, that kind of thing. So, dude, we got to practice. We're going to do some more of it. And then we got to, listen, and this is an open call to anybody else there, the maggots and otherwise, anybody out there that has some zombie skill. Glassdoor Gamer, what a great name. Dallas LeBeau. Dallas LeBeau. That sounds like a porno name. I love it. You click on Pornhub and you're like scrolling through. You're like, oh, there's that, okay, there's that chick. And oh, there's Bonnie Blue. Okay, I see. Oh, yeah, she's got 10 dicks in her again. Okay, all right, well, there's that. And oh my God, who's this? It's Dallas LeBeau. Oh, man. It's such a great name. Anyways, all you new members, thank you so much for being here and listening. And of course, thank Aero Nation for donating those 10 super chats. And then, of course, right hide off his heels, we've got Jeffrey dropping another 10 bomb in the chat. He drops us $10 super chat. Thank you so much, my brother. And he says, let's show some love for our favorite bald man. Thank you so much, my friend. And you unlocked a rare achievement. You and Aero Nation and everybody else who've been so supportive tonight. Mr. Michael and Grumpy Old Fart has been absolutely on fire as well. And Glinzer and, of course, 78 Inc. All you guys are absolutely incredible. I can't do this without you, man. I can't do this without you. And no matter how much YouTube's AI algorithm wants to fuck me and a lot of other people out there, you guys are the ones who are going to help us push through, man. We're doing this for Gondor.
For Gondor!
We're doing it for Gondor! Alex, DM me after the show, dude. We still got to talk about that situation. Hey, Shabooks, how's it going, buddy? Did you just get here or something, or is this the first time you decided to say something? For anybody tuning in now, the show's over. The show ended 22 minutes ago. Now we're just shooting the breeze. We're doing some OT tonight. We're doing some OT. And the OT has gotten a lot of support. Yes, I'm drinking Michelob Ultra. Sue me, okay? If you guys watch Landman? There's a scene from season 1 where where Billy Bob Thornton's sitting at the bar, and the bartender comes over and he goes, you want something to drink? And he goes, no, I quit drinking. I'll just have a Michelob Ultra. And the guy's like, you know there's alcohol in that, right? And he goes, it's Michelob fucking Ultra. Hold on, let me get my hat. He goes, it's Michelob fucking Ultra. There's more alcohol than orange juice. Now you give me 6 of these sons of bitches, and then maybe tomorrow you get me 6 whiskeys, and you tell me if there's a fucking difference. There. So Michelob Ultra. Oh, by the way, fun fact for anybody who doesn't know this. Up until a few years ago, alcohol content under 5% is in Russia is considered a soft drink. Children are allowed to drink it. True 77, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in a minute. In Russia, 5% or less, which this would be because Michelob Ultra is it's just 4% alcohol, right? And then regular beer is like a regular domestic beer would be 5. Sometimes they're 5.5. And then you get into those hazy IPA bullshit, chilled skunk piss, whatever the fuck. Sorry, IPAs are for the dogs, bro. Anyways, it's considered a soft drink in Russia. So they drink this like instead of like Coca-Cola. Like children drink Michelob Ultra in like Russia, or at least their version of it. That is fantastic. The Russians are some hard people, baby. Oh, they're built different, Canada best. And you would know, brother, because I mean, obviously you're from Canada. I don't know where in Canada you're from, but if you're anywhere near Ontario, which of course I'm in Ontario, there are a lot of Russians here. And I can tell you this, they are some of the toughest sons of bitches you're ever going to face on this planet. You one of these dudes coming around like these gangsters this and gangsters that, get the fuck out of here. You get one Russian is scarier than 10 other anybody else. Yeah, True 77, you were taking a break. Oh, that's fair, brother. That's fair. Well, welcome back to the show and welcome back to hell, buddy.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Children drink beer in Russia. That is amazing. And goddamn it, Russian women are so friggin' hot. They're so hot. Yeah, season 2 of Landman has been amazing so far. Yeah, I watched all 3. Episodes at once. Now, what was I addressing before we got all distracted? Voyager 88, you never finished a zombie Easter egg? Yeah, man, listen, they're a lot of fun, but, I mean, they're a little bit much. Ion Storm, thank you so much, buddy. It's 4 a.m. over there. He's going to bed. Stone Rambo, there'll be no dick pics here. You're going to have to go to my you're gonna have to go to the members. Oh, by the way, new members, you guys get. Obviously, you get access to emojis and all that kind of stuff. You also get access to my channel members only Discord. You can go check that out. It's literally the Space Mag Show, all capital words. And go check that out. There's a link if you actually go to the front part of my actual homepage of my home YouTube page. There should be a link right there. Some people saying they've been having difficulty finding it. I don't know why. I'm blaming AI, but there's some other people who are like, yeah, it was right there. I just clicked on it and off I went, and it's only visible for channel members. So I'm like, well, I've looked into it, and lo and behold, it seems to be fine, but whatever. I don't know. I don't get it. And then, of course, once a month, I release my cooking videos. I do a cooking special once a month, and channel members get exclusive access to that well before I release it to the public. So, yes, those are the perks for now. And then in the new year, if you decide to stick around and be a channel member, continue to support the channel, I will be doing giveaways as well. That includes, like, gift cards. That includes actual full games. Yes, you heard that correctly. Full games. I'll be doing all that kind of stuff. I'll be doing, like, draws and all that kind of shit in the new year. It won't be happening weekly. Obviously, I'm not a friggin' millionaire. But, you know, we're going to have some fun with stuff like that, maybe quarterly or something like that, or at special occasions, we'll do things like that, right? So, anyways, we'll have some fun, and we'll be doing all that. So, yes, lots coming out there, ladies and gentlemen, lots coming. So now, as I had promised you guys, as I was saying earlier, I will get to some of your other questions. Oh, you're from Alberta. You have mostly Ukrainians there. That's funny, eh? So you have mostly Ukrainians there, and then over here in Ontario, it's basically all Russians. Jeffrey's asking in the chat, he goes, what recommendations for shows do I have with my wife? Hang on to that thought. I'm going to show you the guys this first because I promised you I'd show you in the after show, which we're now in. I have, this is, I can't tell you where I got it from, but I can show it to you, and then I'm going to pull it down because I'm not going to officially put it out there. Because then I could just say it's hearsay. I actually have the 3D rendering model of Kratos' weapon in the new God of War. Would you guys like to see it? And I know some of you have seen it already because I've shown it to some of you guys. Oh, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, then you're going to have to ship it over from Australia to Canada, dude. I'll give you a mailing address. Send me 6 of those and like wrap them in like foil and those little styrofoam S's. You're going to have to try them. I'm not going to say no to that. God damn it, Canada Best. Yeah, that's because I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Fawn's yeah. That's a huge, dude, that's a ridiculous giveaway. However, let me tell you something. If this channel grows like to serious growth and gets big, I'll tell you this. When Next Generation comes out, I'll give away one of each console. Fuck it. I'll give away an Xbox Magnus and I'll give away a PS6. But the channel has to grow, like, substantially. I can't do that now. I don't have that kind of money. Okay, so here it is. All right, I'm going to show you guys this once because I promised you as a treat. Here it is. This is Kratos' weapon. Now, I know you know what the sword is. It's a curved sword. But this is the actual in-game 3D rendering of the sword. There, you saw it? All right. Set it and forget it. You never saw it. What'd you guys think? It's pretty cool, eh? Want to see it again? I'll show it to you again. I zoomed in so you can't see who I got it from. So I'm making it like the full-size screen of my phone because if it closes on me, you'll actually see who messaged that to me, and that would not be good. There it is. That's the 3D rendering of one of his weapons, his main weapon in God of War Egypt, whenever that comes out. There you go. All right. So there you go. You got a little treat. Nice aluminum. Thank you so much for joining the chat, buddy. And he goes, I've been listening and finally able to sit down and chat, but I finally picked up a PS5 and Switch 2 this weekend. Fantastic, bro. Thank you. Thank you for dropping by, and fantastic, man.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Okay, I got to answer that question. Jeffrey asked, Mag, any recommendations for shows I can watch with my wife? See, that's tough. And I'm only going to say that's tough because... Yeah, it does look really cool, the sword, yeah. No. I don't know if the axe is gone, Voyager. I don't know what he's going to have. I would imagine that the... what the hell are they called? Not Chains of Olympus? Whatever the chains are. Or Blades of Chaos. Sorry, excuse me. Blades of Chaos. I would imagine Blades of Chaos are always going to be there because, you know, it's the Blades of Chaos, right? But that's his other weapon. I need to know... No, Shaboogs, I'm not. This is my first beer. Brandon Butler, how you doing, man? Salute to you as well. We are, by the way, anybody joining us now, we're not doing a podcast anymore. This is just the... This is the after show. This is the Mag After Dark. We're just having some fun now. We kind of just shoot the breeze. So if you're looking for more news, you probably won't get it unless somebody asks me something very specific. But you know, we just kind of shoot the breeze now. Now the thing is, as I was saying there, Jeffrey, I don't know what your wife is into. See, that's the thing. Like my wife, for example, my wife goes from like her spectrum of what she's into is so huge in terms of television. I should specify that first. Like she'll watch like Grey's Anatomy, but then she loves Landman. She loves Yellowstone. She loves fantasy. She loves horror. She loves all that shit. So, like, she watches all of it. So, like, all the cool stuff I like, she likes. Like, she's a super nerd, right? So she watches Lord of the Rings. She knows all the fucking words. You know, she watches all the superhero movies. She watches all the horror movies with me. Like, her and I sit down and watch Terrifier 3 together. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we do all that kind of shit. And then she loves Harry Potter. She loves fantasy novels. She loves superheroes. And then on the other spectrum, she'll sit down and watch romantic comedies. Like, so, you know, there's all that stuff, too. DC Stevens in the house. How you doing, buddy? Jesse James is saying that my wife will only watch shows with female leads. Oh, the spear was the worst weapon. That's ridiculous, Jesse James. You better have a talk with her, okay? You better sit down on... Maybe you guys have to go to... I think you're going to have to send her to counseling, okay? I'm just kidding. Like, my wife and I watch... like, she, like, loves Tulsa King. Like, her and I watch Tulsa King is like, you know, you got Stallone. Amazing fucking show, man. If you got basically everything Taylor Sheridan does, he is basically like the Vince Zampella of television. Every show that guy creates is pure fucking genius. It's just good. It's just like, they're all 8 to 10 out of 10s. All of his shows. Yellowstone, Landman, even Sons of Anarchy. I don't know if you guys knew he was involved in Sons of Anarchy. Tulsa King. Like, this guy's unstoppable. The man is unstoppable. And then he's got a shitload of other shows that are coming out too. By the way, spin-offs from Yellowstone and all that are coming out as well. But yeah, it's wild, man. It's like wild that I sit down and I'm like, honey, I'm going to watch Lord of the Rings. And she's like, oh, fuck yeah. And then she sits down and she's like right there. Like, we're nerds. Harry Potter? Forget it, man. When we went to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter in Florida at Universal Studios, the two of us stood there like blubbering idiots fucking crying at Diagon Alley because we're such huge fucking Harry Potter nerds. Star Wars up until Disney took over. Like, she was good with Star Wars until Episode 8 when The Last Jedi basically just fucked the entire legacy of Star Wars. Well, it wasn't just that. It was like basically Disney and all that. But like, yeah, like she's like all about that. She hates woke shit. You know what I mean? She's like, ugh. She goes, I hate this girl power, girl boss shit. She's like, no girl could do that. And I'm like, that girl. At least my wife knows. You know? And she's like, look at this, like some 90-pound. She's so funny though. She'll watch like a Marvel thing, and she goes, yeah, like some 90-pound slut is gonna take out 6 guys that are 350 pounds and actually trained in martial arts. And I'm like, thank you, somebody gets it. You know, and she's a girl, and she's like, it's stupid. I hate that shit. So, big fan of Tom Hardy. We watch Mobland as well. Great shows. So that's the thing, Jeffrey. You gotta kind of like feel out what she's into, man. So I hope I answered your question. Dizzy Delta. I actually did talk about Splinter Cell, but I will bring it up again. The Splinter Cell that actually was shelved is the new IP that they were working on. However, they were hitting budgetary problems and, of course, release cadence problems, so they shelved the game. So what you heard about what was shelved was the new IP, not the remake. The remake exists. I've actually seen it in action. It does exist. It's still coming. The remake has not been shelved nor canceled. So you still be getting that. Unless something really drastic happens at Ubisoft, then it is still on its way, but the game certainly does exist. The one that was shelved was the new continuation or re-sequel or whatever the fuck they were doing. That's what they were doing there. Yeah, True 77, I agree with you. Like, even, for example, like Star Wars Episode 7, I know some people shit all over it. I loved it. I loved Star Wars Episode 7. I thought it was a fantastic start to the trilogy, and like, everybody's like, oh, it was just a rehash of Episode 4. They're not wrong, but at the same time, I still found it entertaining, and I liked the new characters. I liked Rey and Poe, and what's his name there? God damn it, I can't remember his name. God, why can't I forget his name? Like, his face is right here. He was in the movie with the big monsters and stuff. John Boyega was the actor. What the hell was the name of his character? Finn, that was the name of his character. Sorry, I couldn't remember his name. Finn. I knew it was John Boyega, but I couldn't remember his character. So like Rey and Poe and Finn, BB-8, they were great characters. I loved them, and then side characters, and then of course you had legacy characters. Chewbacca, you had Han Solo. I mean, you only saw like Luke for like half a second. Leia was in there. I thought it was a great movie. Rogue One, I thought it was a fucking great movie too, man. The last hour of Rogue One was amazing. Mandalorian Season 1, great show. Luke Skywalker coming back in Season 2, fantastic. Then everything went off a fucking cliff and died. Mando Season 3, 0 out of 10. I stopped watching. I literally stopped watching. I couldn't watch it anymore. I go, this is horrendous. The Acolyte, don't even get me started. Although The Acolyte, you know what? There were some good lightsaber scenes in there. Like the dude from Squid Game, when he had the lightsaber scene with the Sith guy or the pretend Sith Lord, the Asian guy, that was pretty fucking good, actually. Like that lightsaber battle was fucking good. And he was a great, Mr. Squid Game there, he was a great swordsman. I thought he was a fantastic Jedi. I really liked him. I mean, the show wasn't that bad, but I mean, it was pretty bad. It was bad. I mean, I give that one a 2 out of 10. But Squid Game with the lightsaber, god damn it. When he was fighting that Sith Lord, the one with the stupid teeth, that mask was so dumb, but like, I still thought that was a pretty badass lightsaber scene, man. He reminded me, you know what he reminded me of, Squid Game there? He reminded me of Qui-Gon Jinn. He had the same vibe as Qui-Gon Jinn, except obviously he has real martial arts training. So like, there was a little bit more there. So I thought that was pretty hot, man. That was the highlight of that entire show. Yo, what's up, Talos Ray? How you doing, buddy? Aluminum. Yeah, like I saw Episode 7 in the theater like 4 times. I loved it. I thought it was a good movie. I found it exciting. There was still mystery there. They didn't fuck it up yet. You know, like, what's his name? The big bad guy who ended up being the Emperor. Spoilers. Or a clone of the spoilers. A clone of the spoilers. Clone of the Emperor. Right? And then we weren't really 100% sure about Kylo Ren yet. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't know what was going on there. And, like, there was mystery involved. They finally found Luke. And I'm like, yes, they found Luke. He's coming back. Like, he's going to cut his hair and clean up, and he's going to put on the black suit again. Like, you know the black suit he had from Return of the Jedi. I'm like, here comes old man Luke. He's going to fuck shit up, and he's going to be so powerful. He's going to be like the video game. Remember the Force Unleashed? I'm like, Luke Skywalker 100% is going to start pulling Star Destroyers out of the sky with his bare hands, dude. I'm like, I'm so in. And then he turned into a cuck bitch. Because Rian Johnson was given free reign to do what he wants. And that's what happens when you don't have a boss And that's how Black Ops 7 gets released. I know that sounds insane that I just tied all that together, but once again, when you don't have an executive chef standing at the kitchen door and you allowed that dish to go to the dining room, that is the fault of Disney, Kathleen Kennedy, and everybody else. No different than Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, and Matt Booty allowing Black Ops 7 to get out the door in the shape that it was in. It wasn't in a bad shape in terms of technicality, but the quality was not there. And by Kathleen Kennedy not being the executive chef, standing at the door when Rian Johnson was bringing his plate to the dining room, why didn't she stop him and go, whoa, 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 whoa? Why? What the fuck? Where's the lamb sauce?
Yeah!
Where's the lamb sauce? That's what Kathleen Kennedy should have said. Where's the lamb sauce? Yeah, Matt Rush, exactly. You did the weave, Mag. Yeah, thank you, Cannabis. And that's what I tried to do. Black Ops 7 is the Star Wars Episode 8. Kathleen Kennedy was supposed to be the executive chef standing at the door watching those dishes go to the dining room. We were in the dining room waiting for our food, right? And Kathleen Kennedy was nowhere to be found, so the food was slopped on the plate. It was a pile of shit, and they sent it out to the dining room, and no one was there to stop it. And that's exactly what happened. True 77, I don't think there's any, no, there's no credence to that they're making a Jedi Fallen Survivor Order movie. And you know why I know that? Is because they can't even get the fucking Rey movie off the ground. They announced the Rey movie 2 years ago at Star Wars Celebration. It has been 2 years, they don't even have a script yet. I know because there's people there. I know people there. They don't even have a script yet. And it's been 2 years since they announced it. They also hinted at Obi-Wan Kenobi Season 2. They don't even have a script yet. They were supposed to release Star Wars Starfighter, which is coming out, by the way. But they were supposed to release that years ago. Didn't get it done. They have ruined that franchise to the point of like oblivion that they can't even get the announced movies out the door, for God's sake. And so one of the movies that are out the door was supposed to be the Rey movie, was supposed to be episode 10. Right? And they don't even have a script. It was announced in spring of 2023 and they still don't even have a script. They're never going to make that movie. Just like they talked about a Knights of the Old Republic movie from the guys who made Game of Thrones, never happened. It never even came out, not even got off the ground. It's like, at this point, it's like, can you guys stop announcing movies? Because you're not releasing any of them. What was the last Star Wars movie? Yeah, okay, you got Grogu, Mandalorian Grogu coming out in the summer. Next summer, right? And Starfighter somewhere. Who knows when? Yeah, Arrow Nation, they never should have done that. But that's their own thing. Iger needed to go a long time ago. Oh yeah, Star Wars is cooked, bro. It's over. They fucking ruined it beyond oblivion. And now the thing is, I have seen every single Star Wars movie in the movie theater that has ever been released. Even if it's bad, I just go anyway because it's tradition. I go with the same 5 guys. We call ourselves the G5, right? And the G5 go to every single Star Wars movie, hell or high water. It doesn't matter what it is. Even if they made an Acolyte movie, we're going to the movie theater to go see it because that is our lot in life, unfortunately, and that is our punishment for being lifelong fans of Star Wars, and we will still go to do it. So we're going to go see Mandalorian and Grogu in the theater next summer, even if I don't want to go. But we're going to do it anyway. You could call me part of the problem, but we're only going to see it once, and that's it. I canceled Disney Plus ages ago. I don't, like, they're fucked. Magnificent. Fallout 3 Remake is real. It is real. When it drops, only God knows. Only God knows. Yeah, Star Trek is another one there. Matt Rush. I mean, I'm a lifelong Star Trek fan. Over on my wall there, which you guys can't see, obviously, but I have a framed picture of myself and William Shatner right there on the wall. It's myself and William Shatner, and I didn't know what to say to him. And I'm like, when I was there, and I saw him, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I'm like, what the fuck do I say to this guy? Like, I've been watching Star Trek since '79. I was 4. And I've been watching Captain Kirk for my entire life, and then of course into Patrick Stewart. I dabbled a little bit in Deep Space Nine, not really much, and it really wasn't my show. Even though a lot of people, like really hardcore Trekkers, always say that Deep Space Nine is actually the more accurate Star Trek style TV show. I just never got into it. When Worf was on there, it was really good. Worf is one of my favorite characters of all time. But I mean, you know, Shatner's there. I'm looking at him, and I looked at him right in the face, and I just put my hands together like this, like I was praying, and I just said, "Thank you for everything." That's all I could say to him. I just said, "Thank you for everything." That's it. What the hell else am I going to say to this guy? It's pretty cool. Anyways, back to the question there. Voyager 88, he's saying Bethesda Fallout 3 remake. Yes, it is still a thing. It is still a thing. It's not I don't think it's going to be a ground up remake. I suspect it's going to be something similar to Oblivion. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I think it'll be the same as that. So I would imagine like it's going to be a, not just a repaint. It's going to be like kind of pasting something on top of the bones, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like that kind of deal. That's what I would imagine. Spock is a fantastic character. Even the newer Spock was amazing in the Calvin universe. That was the J.J. Abrams universe. That Spock was amazing. I mean, what's his face there? Did an absolutely admirable. Christ, I can't even say the word tonight. Admirable job. Absolutely incredible. I mean, if there was anybody who actually like just encapsulated Leonard Nimoy, he did. Admirable. There you go. Fuck you. There, I said it. Listen, D, if you actually watched Picard Season 3, Picard Season 3 is the best Star Trek I've seen in decades. Or not, like I'd say in a decade and a half. Because I really enjoyed the first J.J. Abrams Star Trek was a fucking 10 out of 10 for me. I thought he did a fantastic job. I thought it was a fantastic movie. And even the second one, to a lesser extent, but my God. The J.J. Abrams Calvin Universe Star Trek, the first one, was a fantastic fucking movie. Don't let Angry Joe hear you say that. Angry Joe ain't coming anywhere near this channel. I'm not big enough for him. Yeah, Voyager 88, absolutely, like a Red Dead Redemption 1 remaster. Let me talk to you guys about that real quick. I know we kind of ended the show, but I want to touch on that a little bit. The Red Dead Redemption remaster, is fantastic. It is like a brand new game. I know that Dreamcast guy was talking about it, but it is a great game. Wow. It is. I'm going to actually. You know what? I'm going to stream it tomorrow. I got some shit to do in the morning. I'm not working. I'm at home tomorrow. I got some stuff to do in the morning. So you want to say, if all goes well, somewhere around like 10:30, maybe 11 in the morning, I might actually do that. I might actually stream Red Dead Redemption. I decided, by the way, because I'm playing it for free on PlayStation Plus, it's on there. And the cool thing is, if you have PlayStation Plus, not only is Red Dead Redemption on there, the remaster is actually already been implemented into that free of charge. Now, if you already own Red Dead Redemption 1, no matter what whatever system you have it on, you can actually get that remake and update for free right now. Like, for example, if you own it on Xbox, you'll be able to get that upgrade free of charge. However, I never even owned the game on PlayStation. I owned it on Xbox. But that was on the Xbox One. Actually, I probably still have it then. I never even looked. Because I owned it on the Xbox One, obviously. And so that being the case, I'm just like, wait a minute. Oh, no. Was it Xbox 360? Sorry, Xbox 360. And I had the physical edition. I had the disc. So no, I don't have it. That's right. Never mind. I don't have it because I had the disc version of it. Because 360, I very rarely bought physical games. On the 360, I was still buying games physical. And then when I got 2 or 3 of them together, I used to bring them back to GameStop, EB Games in those days, and I used to get another game for free. I get a new game for free with the 3 trade-ins. Right? So I would do basically like a buy 3, get 1 free. That's how it always worked for me back in those days. And I certainly didn't have expendable income in those days, right? Cyber Gunter got his remake on Xbox today. Yeah, so I never owned the digital copy of Red Dead Redemption 1, so I can't get that free upgrade on Xbox. I would have to buy the game all over again and then get the thing. So anyways, I got a PlayStation because it's on PlayStation Plus, and anyways, it's right there, and the remake and all the assets and all the remake, not remake, I keep saying remake, all the remaster assets were already implemented in there. Put it on. Anyways, I downloaded it. It took a few minutes because it's barely even 14 gigs. It's like 13 point something gigs, right? Holy shit. Guys, if you haven't done it yet, it is stunning. It literally, if it wasn't for some of the NPC character models, just like some of the way they move, you would think this game just came out. Nice, Arrow Nation, nice. I know it sounds insane, but I was playing it today, and I went into like the village. I tried a little bit of the Undead Nightmare, and then I did like maybe like an hour of the campaign. You know, like the boring shit, like where you get in there and you're walking around the ranch and all that kind of stuff, and like you're shooting rabbits, like the kind of basically like it's like a tutorial, right? So I figured I would actually just play that first so I'm not boring the audience. Because I'm like, I'm going to stream this. Because Alex asked me in the chat. And he says, dude, are you going to stream Red Dead Redemption? And I'm like, you know what? I will do a stream of Red Dead Redemption. Why not? So I got all the original stuff out of the way. Like like I said, the tutorial stuff, right? This is how you change your gun. This is how you shoot your gun. This is how you do that. And then they don't have you doing like a real mission doing that. They just have you doing something menial like, shoot all the rabbits that are eating all the carrots in the garden or some shit, right? So it just kind of like guides you through how to change your weapons and stuff. So I did that and got it out of the way so that when you guys watch it tomorrow, I'm just going to get right to the meat and potatoes of it, right? But anyways, I decided I'm actually going to get the Platinum Trophy on this game. And the reason why is because Rockstar incredibly smartly removed all those bullshit online achievements. The multiplayer achievements and trophies, they got rid of them. They're gone. So now it's just the single player trophies and achievements. So you can either get that 1,000 out of 1,000 or you can get that Platinum Trophy now. God bless. They did add the Undead Nightmare into it, which is fine. It's like, kill 500 zombies in Undead Nightmare and, get 250 headshots across whatever and this and that. And, make sure you, like, liberate all the different areas of zombies and all shit like that. And so, like, they have that in there. And then, of course, all the other ones are just single player. So I'm sitting there going, you know what? I'm going to get the Platinum Trophy on this game. Because the last, 3 releases from Rockstar, I haven't been able to do that because they keep implementing this online multiplayer bullshit, which I don't give a fuck about. I play a little bit of it. I know a lot of people do care about it, but like Red Dead Online, they added like on Red Dead Redemption 2, I couldn't get the platinum on that. Or not, no, sorry, I was playing that on Xbox. So I couldn't get the 1,000 achievements on that because they added all these like ridiculous, like insurmountable achievements that were for the online multiplayer that like no one would ever do. Play 200 hours of multiplayer, some stupid shit. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, leave the achievements and trophies for the single player campaign. And if anybody wants to do the multiplayer stuff, go right ahead. God bless, say less, and just go and do it. Or at least if you're going to do multiplayer achievements, make them like somewhat reasonable. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. You want me to whisper Xbox has no games? Why would I do that? No, Snowdragon, I can't do that. I can't chill. There is no chill. I mean, there is a chill. Mag knows how to chill, but like, you know. Yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. Ridiculous.
Yeah! Fire!
So anyways, long story longer. They got rid of all those multiplayer achievements. And now it's just a single player game. Whether it's the main game, which is like 80% of the achievements and trophies, and the 20% is the Undead Nightmare. Perfect. Oh, ASMR, dude. That's what I'm talking about. You see, True 77, I don't mind multiplayer achievements in like a game like Call of Duty, but like, again, make them somewhat reasonable. I know that they try to do it to like, like only the best out of the best can get 1,000, and only the best out of the best can get a platinum. But like, I don't mind like if you put like, get 1,000 kills in multiplayer. That's all right. You know what I mean? Win 25 matches. Be on the podium 5 times like in Call of Duty or whatever. By the way, I am 1 trophy away from getting the platinum on Battlefield 6. The last trophy I have to get, which I'm about halfway there, you have to get like 1,700 and whatever, 1,795 revives as a support class, and I'm about halfway there. And that's the last trophy, and then I get the platinum. That's how much Battlefield I played. So I almost got the platinum on Battlefield. That's amazing. And I'm going to get the platinum on Black Ops 7, just out of spite at this point. And then I'm going to get the platinum on Ghost of Yotai, and I'm going to get the platinum on Red Dead Redemption 1. Because now you've made it accessible. You got rid of the multiplayer achievements, and that's the other thing. Multiplayer achievements and trophies, after the first year or so when people start dropping off and there's no community left, you killed the longevity of the game in terms of like its accessibility later on. Because if you have somebody who's let's say a trophy hunter or an achievement hunter, and they're going to look at this game and be like, dude, the servers shut down 5 years ago. Why the fuck would you put those on there? So if you do put multiplayers on there, it's fine. Just put like 5 and make them relatively simple. I know that sounds like first world problems, but I'm being serious because after a few years and no one's playing that game, you've made those trophies and achievements unattainable because there's nobody in the lobbies. They're playing the new ones. And then they got to get to the point where they have to set up these Reddit groups of like people boosting and shit, and then you have to like make sure you're in the same time zone with the same people, and then half the time they don't show up. Like, what the fuck is the point? You know what I mean? Make the online achievements simple. And then if you want to make the single player stuff more difficult, it doesn't really matter because 10 years from now, it won't affect the system. It won't affect the game because the game is the game is the game. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Because in 10 years from now, Red Dead Redemption 1, the main game, the single player game, is not going to change. When one of the achievements / trophies is get a woman, tie her up, and put her on the train tracks and watch a train run over. That's an actual trophy, by the way. And like, that's not going to change. That's not going to change. That's going to be in the game forever because it's part of the code of the game and it doesn't get affected by online or servers or anything like that. It's there. You know what I mean? Hey, Impending Doom, how you doing? He goes, Steam has an okay achievement system, but it's their profile customization where they really shine. Well, that's very cool, actually. I didn't know that. But, however, I'm not a PC gamer, so I wouldn't know. Voyager88 seems to agree with you, my friend. Anybody got... Listen, I'm going to go grab another beer. Anybody, Camel grinding in COD? Yeah, I'm doing that right now, actually, Voyager. But you know what I'm doing? I'm doing the camel grinding for one of the trophies. You have to get like a bloodstone or whatever, moonstone, whatever it is, camos for your gun. The good thing is they made it a little bit more accessible where you need to do it with like all your weapons, get them to gold level. Do it with the LMGs because there's only 2 LMGs in the game, right? So to get the gold on that is actually a lot simpler, and you could do it in zombies. And zombies is way easier to do it than multiplayer because it's like, get 100 critical kills, 200 critical kills, 500 critical kills, 1,000 critical kills. Dude, I can get like 500 critical kills in like 2 rounds of zombies, right? So like you can blast through that very quickly. So if you want to do that, I would highly suggest getting the LMGs and going into the zombie mode. And if you start getting good at the zombie mode, hit up me and Arrow Nation. We're going to go get that... We're going to get that, what's it called? We're going to get that Easter egg. All right, I'll be right back and grab another beer. Had 1 beer. What? 2 beers. What? 3 beers. What? 4 beers. What? 5 beers. What? And a Bloody Mary. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. Hey, the Bean. Yeah, you just got in from work. Yeah, I'm still on. We're just shooting the breeze now. Like I said, the last hour. This is just we're just doing some OT tonight, having some fun. Bobby in the chat, he's saying, have you tried Endgame in Black Ops 7? It's so easy to grind and it's pretty fun, not gonna lie. No, I have not played it yet. Street, how you doing, buddy? Bobby, I have not played it yet, man. But I'm definitely gonna check it out. Well, I'm gonna check it out at some point because I literally am gonna get that platinum. I don't give a fuck what I gotta do to get it. I'm gonna get it. See, there you go. There you go. There's an example, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why developers need to cut this shit out. Because, like, listen, if you're going to do the multiplayer achievements, do a couple of them and make them accessible for your gamers, okay? Otherwise... Okay? Because listen to what True77, he goes, I have all but 2 achievements in Halo 3, and I'll never get them because they are highly specific multiplayer achievements. That is horseshit. I have not, Impending Doom, I have not played Insurgency yet. I haven't given it a shot. I believe it's a PS Plus right now. No, I have not. But I'll certainly take a look at it. But, dude, I'm not going to lie to you, man. Like, my backlog is a fucking nightmare right now. Bean smoking a doob. All right, buddy, enjoy. Hey, man, whatever gets you going, right? There you go. Listen. True77, if you can't get those 2 achievements, I'm going to give you the 2 achievements right now. Here you go. Here's the first one. All right, you got one more. You got one more, and you get 1,000 of 1,000, ladies and gentlemen. True77 is about to get 1,000 of 1,000 right here, live on the air. Hey, there you go. True77, you got your 2 achievements, buddy. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it. You got it. You know, actually, it happened to me as well. You guys remember Medal of Honor that came out in the 360, which, funny enough, was made by Vince Zampella as well? The one that was in Afghanistan. That game was fucking fantastic. If you haven't played that, that was a shooter beyond shit. That is like that took me away from Call of Duty that year. And I was just like, yo. You like that sound, Canada Best? I'll give you another one. You guys remember that? Not Medal of Honor Warfighter. There was one that was just called Medal of Honor. The Bean, I will get back to that. Yes, I will get back to that. Friday nights is now dedicated to... Yes, I'm still doing Mixing with Mag, and I'm still doing Marinated Reviews of Mag. However, every Friday night beyond that, as one is going to be just I'm going to be alternating between those 2. Every Friday night will be streaming night. Absolute masterpiece. Yeah, absolutely, Bean. I'm assuming you're talking about Medal of Honor. I can't remember what year it came out. Anyways, I played it on the was it the 360? Yeah, it was. It was a 360. Amazing game. Anyways, you know what I have on that game? I was playing it on Xbox, right? Because at that point, I had a PS3, but I was like 90-10 Xbox to 10%, like 90% Xbox, 10% PS3 in those days, right? And anyways, you ready for this, guys? Medal of Honor 2010. Thank you very much. Okay, that was the year it came out. You want to hear what a piss off is? I have 975 out of 1,000 achievements on that game, and the fact that I'm still talking about it 15 years later is just indicative of the fact that I'm still pissed the fuck off that I'll never be able to get that last achievement.
You fucking words don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
You know how mad that still makes me to this day? I have 975 out of 1,000 achievements. I'm missing one achievement that was basically damn near impossible to get. Not only that, then the community ended up dropping off at some point for whatever reason, and it couldn't end up getting it because no one was playing the game and the servers were eventually shut down. It did drop off Impending Doom because of Battlefield, because they released a Battlefield after that, and then they basically shut the server down. I'm like, why? It was so good. I was playing Medal of Honor 7 nights a week. That's how much of it. And my wife was playing it. We weren't even married yet. And her and I used to play online every single night because we loved Medal of Honor so much we couldn't get enough. All of our friends bought it. All of the guys at work bought it. All my coworkers bought it. We all were playing Medal of Honor every single day, and it was just unbelievable. Everybody loved that fucking game. And not only that, the servers were jammed all the time. But then they prioritized, I think it was Battlefield 3 or 4, I can't remember which one. And then they just, anyways, I couldn't get that last achievement. I couldn't get it. So as you know, the legend says, not just the legend because I know it's a damn fact, because I stare at it once in a while, is that as it stands right now, if you go on my Xbox profile and scroll all the way down, you will find 975. By the way, I'm almost at, I think I stopped hunting achievements because I felt like I did enough. Like I had reached almost 400,000 achievement points, and I did that in a very short period of time. Like I basically would have outpaced Randall Thor easily would have outpaced him. But once I got to almost 400,000, I just stopped. I don't know. I just didn't feel the need for it anymore because I didn't like the achievement system. They started fucking around with the achievement system. And whenever there was DLC released, they screwed with my completion rate. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, if they released like a DLC that was worth 250 achievement points, then it showed that, like, when I got 1,000 out of 1,000, it showed that I only completed 67% of the game. And I'm like, you guys are fucking with my, like you're messing with me. And then PlayStation said, well, you know what? We'll put DLC trophies in there, but it will not affect your platinum. So you still get the platinum where you get the recognition that you got 100% of the base game, which is 90%, 99% of what I would do anyway. I'd very rarely buy DLC. The only DLC I ever buy is for Resident Evil, to be quite honest. And Tomb Raider. I buy DLC for Tomb Raider because they're amazing. Tomb Raider DLCs in that reboot trilogy, fucking 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Especially Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the last one. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And Resident Evil DLCs are also incredible, right? So anyways, the point is that they started screwing with my completion rates. And it showed that, like, all my hard work, it showed that it didn't look like I completed those games. So I stopped hunting achievements. And I'm like, nah, fuck these guys. I'm done with them. Not that I'm done with Xbox. I just stopped hunting the achievements. So I started going after trophies after that, because what ended up happening is I'm like, oh, no, this is way better, because, even when DLC comes out, I could still get the Platinum Trophy, and it shows that I have the Platinum Trophies. And if you go on my account right now on PlayStation, this generation alone, because I started an entirely new account in 2020, I literally scrapped dozens and dozens of Platinum Trophies that I had on the PS3 and PS4. I just walked away from them because I started my account from scratch. I thought it would be fun and just start from the very beginning, ground up zero with a PS5. And I already have 48 Platinums this generation alone, and I'm not even trying. And I still got 48 Platinums this gen. Excuse me, I got 49 Platinums this gen. I'll see you, see you, Voyager88. Have a good one, buddy. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support, as always. So, yeah. So, Xbox pissed me off with that. And then the funny thing is, they talked about it. Phil Spencer's been talking about it since before the pandemic started, that they were supposed to do a rehaul of the achievement system. I'm like, yes, thank you so much, Phil. I really look forward to that. It's 2025, and I'm still standing here with my dick in my hand. You've done nothing. Hopeless. I don't know. Oh, man, Bobby, you're absolutely right. I mean, that was a great game. That was Rise of the Tomb Raider, the second one. That was the one in the snow. Yes, that was Rise of the Tomb Raider. The first one was just called Tomb Raider, which actually still stands as my favorite one. Then there was Rise of the Tomb Raider, and then, of course, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, the one that takes place in South America. What a masterpiece of a trilogy. Yeah, D, that's what I'm talking about. And so what happens is because Xbox didn't have it. Yeah, Battlefield 3. Thank you, Matt Rush. Yeah, I think that's what they prioritized, which is fine. I love Battlefield 3, but I mean, like, come on, man. Desert Cruiser. Welcome to the chat, by the way. I
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Yeah. So, like, I all I asked for from Xbox, and I mean, obviously I'm not the only one. I feel that if you get the original 1,000 out of 1,000 achievement points, there should be something there that gives the recognition to the player and anybody checking your profile. You can go check my profile now. Go check Xbox, go check PlayStation. I got 49 platinums just this gen alone. I scrapped like 30-something platinums from the last 2 gens. So I probably would have been at over 100 platinums. I know that's not a lot, but like, you know, that's a lot for like the fact that I spent the majority of my gaming time when achievements and trophies came out. The majority of it was on Xbox getting those achievements. And like I said, I closed in on almost 400,000 achievements, and I stopped chasing achievements 5 years ago. I would have been well over 1.5 million to 2 million achievement points by now. So anyways, I stopped. Because they didn't give recognition to the player. I think it's bullshit. Like, okay, you don't have to give a platinum because obviously PlayStation has platinum. So Xbox should have given like I don't know, a gold star. A completion star. How about that? Does that make sense? Battlefield 3 was amazing, Matt Rush. Dude, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, and Bad Company 2 was the fucking pinnacle. Was the pinnacle of Battlefield games. You know what I mean? So anyways, like a gold star. Would that be that difficult for Microsoft to figure out a way that says, okay, well, once you get, I don't know, let's say there's 50 achievements in a game, okay? And then even if they have a DLC that they've added 10 more achievements, so that makes it like 60 achievement points for like 1350. Well, if you get those original 50, I mean, PlayStation does it. It can't be that friggin' hard, right? You get that original 50, you get the 1,000 out of 1,000 on that, even though it's now 1350 out of 1,000 or whatever, 1350 achievement points. You do something like that. Well, you get a gold star. So give that player a recognition so that when someone looks in the profile, even if you're looking at your own profile, I know it's basically just a digital NFT and it means nothing at the end of the day. But you know what? For some people, it actually means something. It feels like you accomplished something. I don't know. That's just the way I look at it, bro. True77 says it right there. He goes, I'm at 72 to 73, 100% completions, but there's no recognition of that. There you go. And they promised us a rehaul of the achievement system, and they walked away from it. Canada Best, thank you so much for that kind words, my friend. I'll read it out. He says, Mag, you're a real gamer. I watch many streamers who just talk about games but barely play anything. Dude, you have no idea how close to the truth you are, brother.
Why do you say this to me?
You know what I'm saying?
You know I will kill you for it.
It is 100% true, dude. 100% true. And Grumpy Old Fart comes in and he drops a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. He goes, I never chase achievements or trophies, don't care. Hey, and that's totally cool, brother. That's totally cool. Because you know what? At the end of the day, it's about your enjoyment as a gamer. As long as you're having fun gaming and doing however you want it, if you're ignoring the trophies, ignoring the achievements, whatever, that's totally cool. And it's totally fine. And thank you for the $2 super chat, my friend. I always appreciate you, brother. Oh, you want another one for Gondor? You get another one.
Say this to me.
What?
When you know I will kill you for it.
I gave you some General Zod instead. How about that? All right, True77, you earned it.
For Gondor! For Gondor!
For Gondor. Let's go. And let's see what Aluminum's saying here in the chat. He goes, for a PlayStation user of a total of 4 days now, the trophy system is way better. And as a day one Xbox user, I'm ashamed to say that they are doing it better. No, don't be ashamed. No. Don't be ashamed. Call them out on that shit. And the reason why is because that's the only way that these companies will get better. Because if you don't criticize these companies and you're literally just licking their balls every single day, okay, you're doing that every single day, no matter what they do, they're never going to get better. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to criticize when you've got their dick in your mouth all day. Okay? So you criticize them when it's necessary. And don't be ashamed to criticize them. They deserve it. They deserve it because they haven't done anything in a meaningful way in order to improve. Now, I'll give them credit because Xbox invented the achievement system and the trophies came as a result of Xbox's innovation, which is usually the case. The Xbox One, or not Xbox One, Jesus Christ. The original Xbox came with a Ethernet port. Right? For online. Nobody thought of that. Then all of a sudden, PlayStation magically comes up with it after Xbox. Achievement system came online. I was addicted to achievements the very first time I turned on my 360. Right? And then what happened? PlayStation followed suit with trophies. Right? So they innovate. Xbox innovates. The problem is they don't improve upon the innovation. Everybody else does, and they're just sitting on their laurels. So absolutely they deserve all that smoke. Listen, I can tell you this. Phil Spencer doesn't like me. I know he doesn't. And that's fine. That's fine. I mean, whatever. He's making a lot more money than me. I'm sure he doesn't really give a fuck what I say. And I know that when I meet him, and I will next year, he'll be cordial, obviously. Hi, how you doing? This and that. I'll say the same thing. Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. I mean, I've talked to him before. I've been in... Anyway, I'm not going to say what... I've talked to him before. No, Matt Rush fan, it was Xbox. Yes, it was Xbox that had it first. Xbox invented the achievement system. You want some Harry Potter sounds there, grumpy old fart? I'll do that. Let me write it down so I don't forget. God damn it. Hold on, give me a second. Harry Potter sounds. I'm gonna get a bunch of them together tomorrow, actually, as a matter of fact. Because I'm going to be at the computer anyway tomorrow. I'm going to be at the PC tomorrow in the morning because I got to deal with my lawyer for something unrelated. Obviously to gaming. And unrelated to Phil Spencer. But I got Harry Potter sounds. So I'm going to be at the computer anyway dealing with some legal stuff in the morning. And then I'm going to deal with Harry Potter sounds. And then I'm going to take a break, have some breakfast, do all that kind of shit. And then I'll come back down here and we're going to be doing some Red Dead Redemption stream in the midday tomorrow. I don't know who's available in the midday. I know that's kind of a hard time to reach, except for my UK brothers and sisters. But yeah. Oh, do not get it twisted, Bean. Phil Spencer knows exactly who I am. He knows exactly who I am. Mind you, the first time we talked was like before the pandemic, or was it during the pandemic? I can't remember. But that was the first time Yeah. Canada best. That's a great line. He says, Phil Spencer's suing me for leaking all the Xbox stuff. Yeah, grumpy old fart. I'll put some funny Harry Potter stuff in there because I got lots of room on the soundboard, dude. I can put like 30 sounds on this freaking thing. So I can even put hotkeys on my keyboard, right? So I can do all that. Nice aluminum, nice. Enjoy that, man. I feel like I feel like you're a child, like experiencing something for the first time. It's like, you know, like when you take your kids somewhere and they've never been there before, and even though you've been there a million times, but to them it's the first time. So it's like, it feels like you're rediscovering it all again. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like it's your first time and you're so excited because you can't wait to see how they're going to react to it. That's how I feel about aluminum right now. I feel like aluminum. I'm like, oh my God, dude, invite me to the house. I just want to sit next to you while you like discover all this awesomeness because you've never, you know, been part of that. Oh, he's not retiring anytime soon, Aero Nation. I heard some other crazy news, which I would never in a million years ever report, not even on this show, about aspirations for Phil Spencer's future. The Bean. If you're grabbing Harry Potter's sounds, you have to grab Snape's. Obviously. So then you would have been professor for the dark arts, then. But you're not. Obviously. Yeah, aluminum. I'll be right there. You know what I mean? Like, it's like for example, like my when I went to Great Wolf Lodge 2 weeks ago, my nieces and nephews have never been. It was actually 2 weeks today. My niece and my nephew had never been. My kids obviously have been like 10 times, right? Because we've been going for years. Obviously. Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. So they've never been to Great Wolf Lodge. In fact, they have never been to Niagara Falls, which is hilarious because they only live an hour away. So they're kind of on the way there. So anyways, we picked them up and like I was so excited because they've never been to Niagara Falls. They've never been to Clifton Hill where they got like all the gimmicky shit. Like they have the giant arcades and like haunted houses and like candy stores. There's basically like, it's like a candy land for kids. It's like an amusement park like on a street, right? Like one strip of street. And they got like fun houses and all kinds of cool shit like that, right? And then, of course, Great Wolf Lodge is 5 minutes up the road. And they've never been there either. They've never even seen an indoor water park of that size. I mean, the place is like the size of like 2 airplane hangars. It's ridiculous, right? And it's also like 5 or 6 stories high. It's insane. Alan Rickman was a true treasure. Shout out to him and may he rest in peace. Die Hard is 100% a Christmas movie, D. Don't even fucking start. Yippee-ki-yay, Harry Potter. So, anyways, I was so excited for them just to experience all that stuff and see the wonder in their eyes and all that kind of stuff. That's how I feel about aluminum right now. I want him to experience. I want to be right there and see the wonder in his eyes when he experiences all these cool shit for the first time. But anyways, we're not going to be able to do that. But it's okay. Oh my God. We're at 3.5 hours already, folks. I mean, Canada Best, usually I take my kids places they've never been, but like I'm getting to the point now that we've done so much that like my kids have been basically, you know, everywhere that they could go at like this point in their life or whatever, right? Nate Dogg, where you been?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Where the hell have you been, Nate Dogg? I didn't see you in the chat all night. He says, hey, Meg, I think Xbox will die in the studio. Die Hard's not a Christmas movie. Dude, where's the moderators? Ban him. I'm just kidding. Everybody's allowed to have their opinion, but like, come on. Let me school you on Die Hard. First of all, the entire movie has sleigh bells playing in it. The entire movie. If you actually get to certain parts of the movie where like the orchestra is playing, right? And in between all that, they're playing sleigh bells. The movie takes place on Christmas Eve at a Christmas party, and the opening song of the movie is Christmas in Hollis by Run DMC. The music that closes the film is Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow His wife's name is Holly. He dresses up the terrorists in Santa Claus outfits, saying, "Now I have a machine gun." Ho, ho, ho. At the end of the film, when John McClane is all beat up and bloodied and whatever, he actually has Christmas wrappings and Christmas tape holding the gun to his back while they're playing the sleigh bells. I mean, and at the very, very end, Argyle, the limo driver, said, "If this is y'all's version of Christmas, I have to see what you're doing for New Year's." If that's not a Christmas movie, I don't know what the fuck is. That's all I gotta say. And Arrow Nation has just nailed the final nail in the coffin. He says that the Die Hard is in their holiday movie section. Case closed. Hey, the Bean, you were at the Sundowner, eh? Oh, I've been to the Sundowner many times. Watching people get scared at screamers. The Bean, actually, you know what? Next show, I'm going to bring a picture of myself, my wife, and Noof Nukem at Screamers. Because, you know, like they take a picture at like a certain point. I don't know if you've been in there, but dude, that's the scariest fucking haunted house I've ever been in. It was terrifying. Screamers was terrifying. It's not called Screamers. It's actually called Nightmare Factory. It's called Nightmare Factory. And then they have a running ticker, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody doesn't know, it's one of the scariest. It's one of the scariest haunted houses that, like those walk-through haunted houses that you do. It's one of the scariest ones, like they consider to be in North America, one of the scariest haunted houses. And they have a running ticker. Like, you remember how McDonald's used to have the running ticker, like, 8 billion served, or 3 billion served, or 400 million French fries served. You know how they used to have the running ticker on the sign? Screamers has a running ticker of how many people have walked out and not finished the actual thing because it's that fucking scary. So when Noof Nukem, myself and my wife, drunk by the way, this is at the end of the night. We're just been partying all day. Like, we've been drinking all that. We were day drinking, then we had dinner, then we were drinking at night. We had a big old party. So now we're all drunk and walking around and we're looking at Nightmare Factory. And I'm like, dude, we're fucking doing this. And I mean, it was only because I was brave at that point, because I was so numb, Anyways, we get inside there, and I'm looking on the wall, and they literally have a digital ticker and a side door with like security. And then when you press the panic button, the security goes in and pulls the people out. That's how scary this place is. And then it puts you like on the chicken meter or whatever the hell it's called. If you go to the website and check it out, you can go check it out right now, even while you're listening to the show. It's called Nightmare Factory Niagara Falls. It shows you a running ticker of all the people who couldn't make it to the end. Anyways, I've got a picture. Like, when you take a roller coaster and like somewhere in the roller coaster they take a picture of you, and when you get to the end they have a booth and you can be like, oh, okay, I'll buy a picture for like $10 and you can buy the actual picture. We bought the picture. And it's me, it's Noof in front, and he's like kind of scared. And there's me. You ready for how fucking? There's me behind him grabbing his ass or his love handles or something. And I'm like hugging him because I'm screaming because I'm so scared. And then there's my wife behind me screaming, grabbing me by my love handles / ass. And she's screaming. It is the funniest picture. I got it framed, but it's upstairs. So I'm not going to leave the show to go get this fucking thing. Noisy Mofo week. Okay, fine, Noisy Mofo. But to tell you what, why don't you go to Nightmare Factory by yourself, and then you can come back and talk to me, all right? Yes, we're going to talk about that too, guys. We're going to talk about Christmas movies. We're going to do it. But before we do any of that, D is in the chat. It's a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. And you know what? You get one of these. Thank you so much, D. I appreciate your support tonight, brother. Thank you so much. And he says, Home Alone 1 or 2, which is better? Absolutely, without question, Home Alone 1. Home Alone 1 was the better film. I know both of them have been equally successful, both directed by Christopher Columbus, but you've got to say that wait a minute, Christopher Columbus? No, or John Hughes. John Hughes. Excuse me, my bad. My mistake. Both very successful. However, Home Alone 2 I felt was diluted because he was in New York and it wasn't in a centralized location like his home, for example, right? And he's wandering around the city. He bumps into Donald Trump at one point. You know what I mean?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah, like one point in the movie, Donald Trump shows up in like the Trump Tower, some shit, I don't know. Whatever. And it's like, it was just going from like location to location to location, and I found that it was a little bit diluted as opposed to the first one, which is a very simple premise. The boy is home alone, literally, and he's fighting off those two, he's fighting off Joe Pesci and what's his face there? Afro Man. Stern? Not Howard Stern. What the fuck's his name? It's gonna drive me nuts. Home Alone actors. Not actors who died. Why would that be like a question that people asked on Google? Daniel Stern. I was right. It was a Stern. Two guys. You're defending your own home. There's some honor into all of that, right? And you've got your family who have like accidentally abandoned you, and now they're trying to get back to you and all this other stuff. And you're defending your home. There are more stakes there. It felt more personal because it was his home. But because he was in New York and he's going from he's in Central Park over here, he's in Trump Tower over here, he's over here, he's over there, he's over here, he's over there, he's over there. And I was like, it's not the same. Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, there is a director called Chris Columbus. He actually directed the first two Harry Potter movies amongst other children's films as well. So there's that. He says he doesn't call himself Christopher Columbus. He just calls himself Chris Columbus. So anyways, to answer your question, D, thank you very much for that $5 super chat, brother. He said the answer has got to be Home Alone 1. Home Alone 1 is just the better story. How am I muted? That is so weird. Can you guys hear me now? That's so strange. Can you guys hear me now? So someone put something in the chat. That's so strange. It's so funny because Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat just answered something that I just spoke about. Torino Johnson saying you're not muted. Okay, all right. Grey Walk can't hear me. Well, then it's your fault. D's like, never thought you were muted. You're not mute. You see, you know what this is, guys? Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what this is. This is Amazon. No, not Amazon, excuse me. This is Google getting the revenge. This is Google getting the revenge for all the shit I talked about them earlier with their AI programming. Either way, I'll be right back. I gotta grab another beer. Oh, it glitched for half a second. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, normally I don't go 3 hours and 35 minutes, right? So, yeah. Oh, I'm good now. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's Google. Because Google's pissed off because I was talking shit about them like 2 hours ago. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab another beer. Now, the reason why I can drink the way I do, by the way, in case anybody was ever wondering, Jay Slayer, because you weren't muted. Okay, good. The reason why I can drink the way I do is because not only am I Italian, and Italians can hold their liquor, let me tell you. We can drink. However, myself and my brother, my middle brother, I have two brothers. I have a younger brother who's 13 years difference, and the middle brother, we're only separated by a year. Basically, my dad was like, bang, 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 like back and forth, bang, bang. He fired off 2 right in a row. As soon as my mom recovered from me, she's like, whew, that sucked. My dad was like, guess what?
Oh, shit. Here we go again. Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Yeah, that's what she said. Anyways, him and I made our bones in the UK. The very first pints my brother and I ever had, the first. Now, when I was a kid, my dad, you know what we used to do? We used to drink 7-Up or Sprite or whatever, and we would like pour it in our glass, and my dad would give us a splash of red wine in there. So it would basically be like a red wine spritzer. You wouldn't even get buzzed. Like, it was nothing. It was just like the taste of it, right? So we thought it was such a novelty. We're like, oh my God, this is so cool. And we would just like drink a little bit. My dad was Cactus Jack. So we never, whatever. So when we were 16 years old, my brother and I were part of an elite rugby team. We ended up playing provincial. Provincial Ontario is basically like the same thing as like a statewide team, like being a state, you know, state all-stars kind of thing, right? So anyways, like for my American friends. Anyways, so we went on a UK trip. We went to England. We spent the majority of our time in Wales, a little bit in Ireland, and we toured around there. We played with them. We trained with them. Had sex with all their women. And the very first time I went to a pub or whatever, I was 16 years old, mind you, okay? 16 years old. And we went to a pub, and they brought us in and whatever. I didn't know what to order. I didn't know what the hell's going on. And I had my coins, right? You know, I was getting my quid ready and all that kind of stuff. And I had my pounds ready and my quid ready and all that kind of stuff. You know, pence, excuse me, I had my pence ready. Anyway, we went to the bar, and they got me this drink called the Scrumpy Jack. For anybody who's Welsh, should know what a Scrumpy Jack is, because that's where I had it. I was in Wales. I didn't have any drinks in England, but when I went to Wales, I was in South Wales, in the southwest Wales near St. David's. I actually spoke to a couple of guys who are actually from around there who also follow me on this channel. St. David's, I was in Abereron, I was in Fishguard, a couple of other places in South Wales. Great towns, great people, whatever else, right? Anyways, on and on. Get to the bar. And they're like, yeah, get him a Scrumpy Jack. And I'm like, the fuck is a Scrumpy Jack? And they're like, this will put some hair on you, mate. I'm like, okay. I drank this shit and I fell in love with alcohol instantly. Instantly fell in love with alcohol. Now, I didn't start abusing alcohol until my restaurant days, but, you know, that was a whole different story. I've backed off since then. But my tolerance came from my friends from the UK, the Welsh specifically. The Brits, I ended up going back to England another time, and then, of course, we always have our good time there, and I always make fun of them, too. Like, whenever I get there, the first thing I always do, my attempt is always to piss off as many Brits as I can the minute I walk into a pub. And I walk into a pub, and I slap my hands and rub my hands together, I'm like, all right, Who's down for some warm, shitty brown pints? And boy, does that set them off. And yes, I do that. But of course they know I'm just fucking around. And then we have a great time. But the Scrumpy Jack, apparently it's a drink that like they just kind of made up over there. There's like beer in there, like lager. They mixed cider in there and something else in there. It's ridiculous. I don't know what the hell it is, but it was a concoction and it was called the Scrumpy Jack. And all I know is that shit'll fuck you up. And that's the kind of drink that you'll wake up like 2 hours later behind the pub. Hey, David Merrifield, what's up, dude? How you doing, man?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
David Merrifield says, yeah, it's a cider. We have it here in Ireland, too. Yes, I had a brief visit in Ireland. I didn't get to spend as much time as I would have liked. But I will go back to Ireland at some point. I'll go back to Ireland proper, and then Scotland. I mean, I own a piece of land in Scotland, not a lot, but I own a little piece of land I bought for my wife for her birthday because she's Irish. However, she has Scottish heritage as well, and she's always been fascinated. She's known more about her Irish heritage than she did her Scottish one because, like I said, it's only a small portion of her. But I thought it'd be kind of fun to give her some land and title. And no, not like millionaire land and title, folks. It's not like I bought her a friggin' castle with a moat and like gators inside. It's like literally a piece of land that's like the size of my keyboard. I just thought it was a cute little novelty. You know. It's a cider. Okay, yeah, well, there you go. I mean, it was bubbly, it was cold, and it was refreshing, and boy, did it do the job. And all I know is that like 3 hours later, you're getting shagged behind the pub, outside, in the field. Well, Scrumpy Jack did its thing. That's why I have a tolerance the way I do, because my brothers and sisters in the UK taught me how it's done. Does anybody have any more questions for me before I sign off for the evening? Aero Nation, it glitched for you again, dude? What the hell's going on, bro? I know we're not really doing a show. We haven't done a show in like damn near 2 hours. It's been an hour and 45 minutes of not doing a show. However, we still talked games. We still did some stuff in there, here and there. But we talked about movies, Home Alone. Yes, Lethal Weapon is a Christmas movie, too. That also takes place at Christmas time. There's even an argument. Hear me out. There's even an argument that you could say that Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the first one, is kind of a Christmas movie. But I mean, those are just arguments. Like that's not a Christmas movie. Nate Dogg, where have you been, by the way? Nate Dogg, as soon as I fought back about the Die Hard situation. Aero Nation, here, you want something? Here you go, buddy.
3. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
There you go, buddy. How you? What do you think? Don't worry, we're not playing the songs, but I got something else for you. Hey, Terrifier 3. Watch Terrifier 3. Now that, my friends, is a Christmas movie.
Merry Christmas, motherfucker.
Hey, Nuke Nukem, this is for you, buddy.
Merry Christmas, motherfucker.
Just hear those sleigh bells
Hey, Merry Christmas, Noof Nukem. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Noof, listen, man. Like, not even half an hour ago, we were talking about Niagara Falls. Yes, Noof, I'm still on, and I'm still going, and the reason why is because what we did is that we actually hit a Super Chat goal where I said, listen, man, we hit a Super Chat goal tonight. We are going to go not only into overtime, which was, the show ended at 2 hours. We are now approaching 4 hours. So what I said is, I'm like, listen, we hit that Super Chat goal. I'm going to go get some beers. We're going to sit down, and then we're just going to have a Q&A, and we're just going to shoot the breeze. So we've been just like shooting the shit for like 2 hours, man. We've been arguing about Die Hard being a Christmas movie, Lethal Weapon. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff, man. It's been absolutely amazing. Hey, and D sends in a $20 super chat. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. He sends a $20 super chat and he says, can you split the super chat with Noof? Good to see you. Hey, listen, there's only one way I can do that. I'm going to have to send like Noof like a gift card for Christmas or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's what we do here. We'll figure it out. Actually, Noof, to be honest, D was actually talking earlier about how he used to love watching your streams, bro. D, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all, brother. Thank you so much for the support, man. You're absolutely amazing.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
That's right, Noof. You got your old posses in here too, man. Talos Ray and all those dudes are all been on here, and Muhammad Riot is in here as well. Where the fuck have you been, dude? You show up now? It's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning in Toronto time. But anyways, either way, Muhammad,
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
you're here, brother. You're here now. I got something for you.
Merry Christmas, motherfucker.
Hey, oh, be nice, be nice.
Be stoned for Christmas.
I'll be stoned for Christmas. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, all joking aside, Muhammad, did you actually just get here now? We're literally, we stopped the show 2 hours ago. Now we're just like having like a Q&A session, having some fun. Oh, you're at work. Okay. What time zone are you in? Out of curiosity, if I may ask. Noof, I need you to do me a favor, man. I need... Just bought my second PS5 for my brother. Okay, you know what? It's funny you say that, Muhammad. Because, let me tell you something. So, I talked about this on XNC, and it was funny because there was... Not a lot. It was like 2 people. Whatever. It wasn't a big deal. But 2 people in the chat said I was full of shit. And I'm like, what? Oh, you're in the Middle East. Okay. What time zone? I mean, Middle East is pretty big, bro. I mean, I know the time zones out there. So if you're like out there, depending on how far you are, it could be anywhere from like 10 hours to 16-hour time difference from Eastern Standard. Noof, listen, man. Chef Trouble to dress like an elf. Don't worry, I'll get her dressed up as something. All right, but we'll see how that goes. I mean, let's face it. I got a stocking stuffer for her anyway. anyways. So as I was saying, so Muhammad, get this. So I was talking about this last night on XNC. And this is a true story, by the way. And anybody thinks I'm full of shit. I'm like, no. So what I did is I had 2 controllers at home, 2 DualSense 5 controllers, DualSense controllers, whatever you want to call them. And they both had stick drift. I had one. I had this beautiful blue one that my wife bought me for Christmas the year before. All right, so it wasn't even a year old, and it got the stick drift. And I'm like, that's fine, whatever. 12 hours. Okay, there you go. 12 hours. So it's just after lunch lunchtime for you. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I figured it would be like somewhere between 10 and 16 hours, depending on what region you're in. Yeah. So, anyways, I had 2 DualSense controllers that had stick drift, right? And so I had one for mine, and my son, he had one that had some bad stick drift, and that's only because he plays like a fucking baboon. Like, have you seen how kids play with their controllers? Like, I'm like, dude, chill out, man. You're gonna break the controller. These are expensive, man. Anyways, mine just happened, whatever, it just happened. I'm not hard on my controllers. But he's hard on his controllers, and he plays like Call of Duty, he plays Fortnite, he plays whatever, right? So anyways, I had these 2 controllers, and GameStop had this promotion thing going on where they had DualSense, brand new, by the way, brand new DualSense. I'm going to go grab it, hold on. So they had brand new DualSense controllers on sale for $55 Canadian. I think it was 55 or 60 bucks. I think it was 60. Maybe it was $59.99. Sorry, my bad. It was $59.99, brand new on sale. Now, in Canada, that's actually quite good because the regular retail price is $80 for a brand new DualSense controller, $79.99. So they're very expensive. So these were like 20 bucks off. So I'm like, wow, that's incredible. So I called them and I said, hey, what's the deal here? Do you guys take trade-ins on DualSense controllers with stick drift? And they're like, absolutely we do. And they're like, we have like a screen, like a test screen right in the front of the store, and you plug it in. And when you plug it in, they have like all these like little parameters that actually measure how bad the stick drift is. And if it actually sits within like, let's say the green, like they have like a measure meter, if it stays within the green, they'll take full trade-in value for the controller. If it's lower, you get less for it, right? So anyways, I take the two controllers. I'm like, well, that's a steal. I'm like, they're $20 off for the controllers, plus I get trade-in? I'm like, that's incredible. So anyways, I get over there. I give the controllers. The dude plugs it in right in front of me. He checks it. Mine gets the green. He gave me $30 trade-in for the controller. My son, on the other hand, he fucked that controller so badly that they gave him like, I don't know, I think it was $20 or something like that. So I got like $50 trade-in. So essentially, I got a controller for almost free and then another one for $60. I think it was like, so basically I got two controllers for the price of one, or less than the price of one. But here's the best part. They also gave me the 1-year guarantee included in that, so that the guy said to me, he whispers to me as I'm paying for it, right? So I paid like $60 for two brand new controllers right out the box. So they gave me the two boxes. There it is. I'm like, that's incredible. The guy whispers to me, he says this, he goes, dude, he goes, in 364 days, he goes, you got that receipt, right? I'm like, yeah, obviously the receipt, it's right here. He goes, keep the receipt. And he's like whispering to me at the counter. He goes, in 364 days, return these two controllers and I'll give you two brand new ones out of the box free of charge. And I'm like, what?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Isn't that amazing? So not only that, I got two brand new controllers. Here's mine, by the way. This is a purple one. Look at that. Gorgeous controller. Look at the shine off that. And my son got a light sky blue controller. Absolutely gorgeous. Noof Nukem has 4 DualSense controllers. So, anyways, the reason why I brought this up, I didn't bring it up for the controllers. The reason why I brought it up is because the controllers is what brought me to the store. So I look behind the guy, and he's got a stack like about 5 feet high and about 3 towers, like 3 towers deep, like behind the counter, right? Like they got all this fucking chaos going on back there because Black Friday is happening the next day. This is on Thursday, right? This is on actual American Thanksgiving. I'm not in America, but it was the next. I knew that Black Friday was the next day, and they had all the stacks of shit behind them as they were getting them organized. And I see 3 stacks of PS5. You know, like the slim ones, the digital one. They were on sale for $150 off. So, anyways, I paid for the controller. I'm shooting the breeze with the dude for a minute, and I look over and I see the PS5s. I'm like, how many of you guys got left there? I'm like, what's going on with all those? And he goes, actually, there's only a few left. He goes, most of these are already spoken for. Because they put on a promotion for Black Friday that they were giving the PS5 digitals for $150 off. So they were less than $500 Canadian. So it ended up working out to like 300 and something, whatever, American, to put in perspective, for a brand new PS5 Slim consoles. With the disc and everything, or they had the digital one, which was even cheaper, whatever, blah, blah. So I'm like, you know what, dude, I might actually pick one up because Rampocalypse is coming and everybody's freaking the fuck out. I could probably sell this thing for double the price or whatever, or if one of my consoles goes down, I can have one in storage. So if one of my consoles go down, I'm not paying $800 or $1,000 or $1,100 for a new PS5 Pro. I got a console sitting right there. So the guy goes, yeah, just come back tomorrow or whatever. And then, if you want to get an extra one, just get one. I mean, you're never going to get a PS5 for this price ever again. So I'm like, yeah, good point. So anyways, I take my 2 controllers, I go home. The next day, you ready for this? I take my kids to school. I get back home. I get showered, changed, dressed, have breakfast, get in the car, drive over to GameStop, and guess what? every single PS5 was completely sold out. And it was 10 o'clock in the morning. I asked the guy, I go, dude, and then he goes, every single he goes, a lot of the PS5s were spoken for. He goes, but he still had like a surplus. All sold out. So I went to Best Buy, and Best Buy is up the road. Maybe about like 5 kilometers away, maybe 6 kilometers away from that GameStop, right? So I'm like, let me go see what they got going on over there. I'm going to go pick up one. Fuck it. I get to the Best Buy, which is actually a flagship store just in the outskirts of Toronto. Sold out. Every single console they had was sold out. At that point, it was 10:30, give or take. Like, by the time I got in the car, drove over there, parked, walked into the store, took a look around. There was no PS5s. They were sold out everywhere. And then I started hearing stories that they were sold out all over the place. I'm like, you see, that's how you do it. While your competition is charging more, they're putting them on sale and charging less. And why is that? Because they know damn well that they've got Wolverine and Grand Theft Auto 6 with the marketing deal coming up. You know they're going to be bundling with a PS6 or PS5 as well. You're not going to get a deal during that time because you know what? At that time, you got to understand that you're going to be paying full price for that console and then some. Plus, you're going to be You're going to be paying at least $70 to $80 for GTA 6, whatever they're going to be charging for that as well. And they know they're going to get it because you know what? People will do whatever it takes for a quality product, especially one as big as Grand Theft Auto. And so, therefore, they're going to continue to sell. And I already said it. I said that in 2026, laugh at me or don't. And like I said, this is not some fanboy bullshit or whatever. I said it a million times. I'll say it again. I said PlayStation's going to sell 25 million PS5s in 2026. I'm just telling you. You can agree with me or disagree with me. That's 100% fair, obviously. It's 100% fair to disagree with me or whatever. That's what we're here for. We're allowed to have a healthy conversation where we respect each other. You know, we respect what we say and all that kind of stuff. For example, for anybody who didn't know earlier in the show, for anybody who just got here, Hip Hop Gamer, the celebrity himself, was in the chat. And he joined my channel, by the way. Hip Hop Gamer was here. Paris was here too, actually, tonight earlier. You know, and who knows who else was lurking in the back. I was about to say leaking in the background. We don't know who else was like lurking in the background, right? But anyways, I'm just saying it because I think that that's an actual financial feasibility that I believe that PlayStation is going to sell 25 million consoles in 2026. Soros, I don't think is really going to sell consoles per se. I think it will attract a bunch of people who are already there. I see what you're saying there in the chat. But I think that it'll attract people who are already into the ecosystem. I don't think it's going to sell consoles. But I can tell you this. Wolverine, I mean, on top of the fact that like PlayStation sells their consoles throughout the year no matter what, they're always going to sell their consoles. Even if they don't have any games, everybody's like, oh, they have no first party games. They only have like, one every 18 months or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Great, whatever. But they're still selling consoles at like a record rate, regardless, because they still sell them because they have the brand recognition. And you know what? And they even sell for the third-party titles. They have a marketing deal with like whatever game is out there that's hot. People will buy a PlayStation 5 in order to play that new game. Because you got to remember, there's still 40 million people that are still playing on a PS4. Right? And that's not going to be feasible for Grand Theft Auto 6. Nor is it going to be feasible for Wolverine. Wolverine will sell 10 million copies by itself, or 10 million units by itself, because I think at that point you've got Insomniac on there, you've got Wolverine as a monster character, no pun intended, in the Marvel universe, and it's in the forefront. The last Wolverine movie made $2 billion, for Christ's sake, with Deadpool, right? That's a huge name. That's a huge bitch. That's a huge name. They'll sell 10 million right there. They'll sell another 15 million PS5s when GTA 6 drops because all the people that are still adopting a PS4 will have no choice but to upgrade to PS5 in order to play GTA 6. And those people will not go to PC or Xbox because their libraries are still in the PlayStation or in the PlayStation platform. And so therefore they're all going to go over there and they're going to buy a PS5 to buy that. And on top of that, I know as a fact that I've been saying it for 2 friggin' years, which people have not listened to me, but you know what? You'll find out soon enough that Sony has the marketing deal for GTA 6. I know as a fact. I've been saying that since late 2023 that PlayStation has locked up marketing rights for GTA 6. So therefore, they're going to have promotions. They're going to have the storefront promotions. Every GameStop, Best Buy, whatever, are going to have PlayStation logos with the GTA 6 out there. So anybody who's in the know or not in the know are going to buy a PlayStation in order to play GTA 6. And that is just the way it goes. When Red Dead Redemption 2 dropped, which of course Sony has had the marketing rights for all Rockstar games since Grand Theft Auto 4, because Grand Theft Auto 4 was actually marketed by Xbox, if anybody doesn't know their gaming history. But on all the games before that were all marketed by PlayStation. But Grand Theft Auto 4 was marketed by Xbox. FYI, or fun fact for everybody out there. When Red Dead Redemption 2 dropped, I remember walking through the mall and going by the GameStop, which of course in those days used to be called EB Games, and they had a huge banner. And it was a blue banner, and this is why I'm saying this is so important. It said Red Dead Redemption 2 in red, exclusive PS4 on the banner. And I said, well, that's weird because I just bought it for my Xbox One X. Because remember, folks, I had an Xbox One X Project Scorpio. I owned one. And my intention was to play Red Dead Redemption 2 on the Xbox One X Project Scorpio, which I did because it was the only version, by the way, at that time that was in 4K, true 4K. So I already owned it. And I owned it on Xbox and I was playing it on Xbox, no problem. But I was curious about the sign. So I walked over to the sign. I go, what the fuck is this exclusive bullshit they got on this sign? But as I got closer, and I swear to God, this is no bullshit. As I got closer, the writing was as big as, like this big. You could barely read it. When it said Red Dead Redemption 2 PS4 exclusive, and then when you walk closer to the sign, it says pre-order bonus exclusive hat, slacks, and outfits for the character. But you see the genius? You're not lying. You're not mismarketing. Seth Monsters, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? I mean, how you doing, buddy? Nate Dogg, you're back! Hey! Nate Dogg, I saw you disappear for a while, and then all of a sudden you're back. He said, blew me away when I saw Red Dead Redemption 2 on the X. I was like, why does the PS4 look like this? Yes, I did the same thing. Like, I always buy the better hardware, and at that time the Xbox One X was the better hardware. I had a PS4 Pro. You remember the Spider-Man one, the red one with the white Spider-Man insignia? I had that PS4 Pro. But then I got the Xbox One X, which was even more powerful, so I got that too. Right now I play on the PS5 Pro because the PS5 Pro is the best console on the market. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, so, like, I just follow whatever. And Noof Nukem says, he goes, Sony did lots of shady shit like that. Yes, they did, Noof. But here's the thing, brother. It fucking worked. It worked. You know why? Because every Tom, Dick, and Harry and every Joe Six-Packs that walked by looked at that sign and saw Red Dead Redemption 2 exclusive PS4, and if little Johnny at home wanted to play, Daddy, I want to play Red Dead Redemption 2, I want to be a cowboy and shoot a bunch of people. Okay, cool. When you walk by that sign, what's the first thing you would do? Mr. Nukem, tell me. You would go into that store and say, yes, may I have a PS4 so I can play, so my son can play that cowboy game for Christmas. And that is exactly what the fuck happened. And that is exactly what Sony continues to do now. And it's not us. We're gamers. We're people in the know. Okay? We're the hardcore. We're the people that know what's actually happening. Right? And because we know what's happening, we know that Red Dead Redemption was not an exclusive. We know all that stuff. But they're not marketing to people like us. They're marketing to the great unwashed, as the Royals would call them. They are marketing to the 85% out there who have no idea who the fuck Mag is. They don't know who Noof Nukem is. They don't know who Randall Thor is. They don't know who Angry Joe is. They're just regular people living their lives. They're not on YouTube. They're not anything. I have a million. You know how many friends I have out there who have no idea what the fuck I do on YouTube? They just go up every day and they buy Madden, NHL, because they're Canadian. They buy Madden, NHL, and Call of Duty and don't give a fuck about anything else. They don't watch reviews. They don't read reviews. They don't watch YouTube. Nothing. They just buy these games, and when they get together with their buddies and they drink beers in their garage and they play Call of Duty and they play NHL and Madden with their buddies in the garage and don't care about nothing else. Exactly, Noof, exactly. It did work. People that don't follow gaming believed it, right? Because you just read that sign, and what they do is they put it into the mind share that it is synonymous with PlayStation. It is very similar, by the way, and reminiscent of how Xbox used to be synonymous with Call of Duty in the Xbox 360 era. You remember Xbox 360 used to be called the shooter box. It was called the shooter box because everybody was playing all their shooters on Xbox. That's how they rolled. That's how they worked. That's how it was. And that's exactly what it was. And so every Call of Duty that came out, everybody bought it on Xbox 360. And that's why the Xbox 360 was so incredibly popular. Because they had the mind share. PlayStation stole that away in so many other ways that they just, in that respect, they stopped competing in that respect. Noof Nukem, this is for you, buddy. Look, guys, listen to this sound. Listen to this sound. Tell me this is not like pornography for old school Xbox fans. Listen to this. You hear that? This is the Christmas tree ornament that Noof Nukem bought me, by the way. You see how it lights up and everything? And even plays the Halo music. How amazing is that, folks? And of course it has the startup screen from the Xbox 360. Absolutely amazing. Noof Nukem, one of the best presents I ever got in my entire life. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Nate Dogg, you're not wrong, dude. Hey, Lou Bega, a little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of London by the side. Hey, what's up, Lou Bega? How you doing, buddy? He goes, Mag, did you already put in your prediction for the Game Awards Desert Shrine pick? Oh, dude, we talked about that for about 40 minutes in the actual show tonight. This is an after show, by the way. We're just having some drinks, shooting the breeze, and just talking about random shit. Hey, Z-Man, you got it as well? Nice. Yeah, welcome to hell, buddy.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Lou Bega. By the way, can you imagine if this was the actual real Lou Bega? Can you imagine if this was the actual real Lou Bega? Like, I'm sitting here making jokes, I'm singing the songs, and I'm like, you know. And then the guy's like, dude, I'm actually the real Lou Bega. Like, you know, the guy who wrote the song, like, Mambo Number 5? Like, that's me. And I'm sitting here cracking jokes about it, and it's the actual Lou Bega. To answer your question, Lou Bega, very quickly. someone put up a fairly strong case for Sega's Altered Beast. Okay, just hear me out. Don't attack me. I'm just saying. Altered Beast. Could be Soros. It's definitely not God of War. I'll tell you that right now. It's obviously not. What did Jez predict? I can't remember. Oh, Diablo. Sorry, a Diablo expansion. Yeah, and then Jason Schreier shot that shit down. I don't think it's God of War. D, stop it. It's not God of War. I'll tell you that right now. Saros was my initial instinct because of the artwork or whatever else. It looked very... I don't know. But I mean, it could be a million things, man. Like, it could be a million different things. I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. But, like, the thing is, you know, at the end of the day, it's in 9 days. So, in 9 days, this game is coming out. Or, sorry, this game. Jesus Christ. This Game Awards show is coming out in 9 days. So, therefore... You know, I'm not going to put too much stock in it right now. We did talk about it. We did give our, you know, our suspicions and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of it, you might as well just hang out and wait and whatever. Unless I hear otherwise. But the thing is, if I do hear otherwise, I don't want to tell you guys. Like, if I hear, like, if somebody else, like, from the inside says, oh, by the way, dude, it's this. Nate Dogg, it better not be some bullshit from World of Warcraft. I don't think it will be, though. I don't think they would put that much stock into it if it was. But anyways, the thing is if someone's like, yo, dude, it's this. I'm not going to tell you guys because I don't think that's fair. Because it'll ruin the surprise, right? And then there's a little bit of part of me, regardless of the fact that I'm a YouTuber, I think there's a little bit of a part of me right now that actually says, I don't want to know either. Because I would love to live stream the show and watch it with all my friends and all my fans and followers and everything else, and just I'd like to sit down and we can all experience it together. Wouldn't that be much more fun? I think it would be more fun. Oh, Matt Rush fan, please let's not go down the World of Warcraft. I really don't. I don't think it will be, though, because Jason Schreier said it's something, like, good or something cool. I can't remember his exact response to Jez Corden's thing. But I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out, man. We're going to have to wait and find out. But anyway, that's 9 days away. But anyways, listen. I got to go. I have to go. I know I've been here for like almost 4.5 hours. I mean, it's been absolutely ridiculous tonight. But, you know, we'll do this once in a while. We'll have like an OT time where, listen, we could just have a shoot the shit kind of session where, like, you know, I mean, yeah, we talked the majority of the time. We still talked about games and everything else. Here, Muhammad, I don't know if you've seen this. Listen, I'll show you. Listen, I want you to look at the screen. I showed it to everybody else, but I'm going to show you now because you showed up late, but it's fine. You were working. Would you like to see the 3D art? I don't know. I know everybody else in the chat has already seen it. Would you like to see the 3D art render of Kratos' new weapon from God of War Egypt? I have it right here. Here you go, Mohammed. Look at the screen, buddy. I'm not going to put it in the screen. I'm not going to put it in the show because, you know, I don't want to get in trouble. But I'll show you from my phone. That's a 3D rendering of the actual weapon that's going to be used in the new God of War game from Kratos. And that's from the development studio. There you go. You saw it? You saw it? There you go. I hope you're happy. But anyways, guys, that was an epic show, man. That was ridiculous. That was like Return of the King level. Actually, I think we surpassed Return of the King. I mean, we're at 4 hours and 16 minutes now. And the fact that some of you who were literally waiting before I even started the damn show. David Merrifield, have a wonderful day tomorrow. Today, for you. By the way, I wasn't supposed to show you guys that, but I don't give a shit. I showed you anyway. My biggest thing is that I can't tell you who sent it to me. So that was basically the most important thing. I can't tell you who sent it to me because if I accidentally pressed the screen, it would show who sent it to me. Then I'd be in big trouble. But showing you the image is fine. But anyways, like I said, the fact that some of you were actually literally waiting in the chat before I even went live, I saw you guys in the chat before I even went live, waiting for the show to start. And the fact that 4 hours and 17 minutes later, you're still here is a testament to your dedication. It is absolutely amazing. Like I said, I can't do this without you guys. Absolutely incredible. I'm so humbled by all the support and all the love and everything else that comes with it. I love you all. Absolutely love you all. Absolutely amazing. And honestly, one day, whenever that beautiful day comes, when the sun shines on me, and then I could actually do this as a full-time career, I absolutely know that every single one of you are the foundation that made that happen. And I can't thank you all enough. It almost brings me to tears. For real. However, I'm gonna go get some sleep. I got some shit to do in the morning. I got to deal with some legal stuff with the lawyer. When I'm done all that, I'm gonna make myself some breakfast, and then I'm going to be live streaming Red Dead Redemption 1 on the PlayStation 5 Pro. And I can tell you right now, you will be blown away. You will think that this game came out today as opposed to 14 years ago. I'm telling you because I'm playing it myself, and I can't believe how absolutely incredible it is. And Muhammad, I'll be on Crossfire as well, by the way, this week. Oh, thank you, Jay Slayer. I appreciate that, brother. Yes, Talos Ray, it was actually sent to me by Kratos himself. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so Muhammad, you won't catch me tomorrow because you'll be either at work or sleeping at that point. However, I will be on Crossfire on Thursday night with Mooch for a short while. I will not be there for the whole show. I just told him I'd kind of swing by and kind of say hello for a few minutes and whatever else. So I'll be there. But anyways, yes, tomorrow, don't forget, around midday Eastern Standard Time, somewhere around 11 o'clock Eastern Standard, I will be playing Red Dead Redemption 2. So come check that out, and it should be a lot of fun. So everybody, have yourself a great night. Stay magnificent. I love every single one of you, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a great night, and thank you for being part of such a legendary stream. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye now.